And boom, we are live. We're live. We are on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok right now. We're up and ready to go. If y'all are coming in for the first time, if you're coming in over on TikTok, then definitely let me know where you're joining from. If you make music, let me know the kind of music that you make. Raya, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Thanks for stopping by. Connoisseur to famous artist? I'm not familiar. Moisture Music Records, welcome in. Good to see you. Thanks for tapping in on Twitch. I appreciate you being here. The Royston Club, I have not heard of the Royston Club. Y'all, thank y'all for tapping in. Let me know where you're joining from. Let me know if you make music. Talk to me about the kind of music that you make. We're going to get rolling with listening to y'all's music in just the next couple minutes. It is all at the link in my bio. If y'all are interested, we already have a couple people in line and we're ready to go. So I'm excited to get y'all heard and listened to today. It's 1:20 a.m. here in Iraq. Okay, amazing. Well, thank you for joining. I appreciate you tapping in for a little while. Thank you for being here. Let me see. 100 welcome in. Still appreciate you being here. Okay's okay. Thanks for tapping in. I appreciate you joining. How are y'all feeling today? Turn 2 band, welcome in. Greetings from Germany. Appreciate you tapping in. Welcome in. Tons of progress in the studio today. It's been fun for those of you who have been keeping up at least a little bit with what I've been doing in here. I'm still waiting on a few things, but hopefully those things don't take too much longer to come in. But I officially have the drums set up. They're mic'd, not routed yet because I don't have the console yet, but everything is routed or at least is mic'd up, and we can start to get some things flowing. Retracks in the building. Retrack, I got you. Garden of Eyes, welcome in. 100 Arrows, hi from South Africa. Welcome in to the stream. I'm glad you're here. Thanks for joining. Yeah, absolutely. If you want to submit, it's at the link in my bio. I appreciate y'all tapping in. 12:30 a.m. Okay, 12:23 a.m. Okay, beautiful. Thanks for joining. I appreciate y'all hopping on late. But you're going to ignore me anyways. Why are you all down? Why are you talking like that? You're going to ignore me anyways. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Jules in the building. Thank you so much for tapping in. I appreciate you joining the streams. Thanks for tapping in. Yeah, Moisture, I just got in. So I got the kit a couple weeks ago, to be honest. I just didn't have the space to actually set them up because I was working through a whole bunch of other stuff here in the studio. But I finally got them in. So I got all of the new cymbals and everything set up. So it's a nice, it's like a vintage wrap, satin white flame Gretsch Catalina kit, and then I have the K Suite cymbals, and then some like my K clusters on there too. And it looks and sounds beautiful. Just got to get everything routed once the rest of the gear gets in. But I'm excited. Open my TikTok. I'm doing breakcore. Don't watch my videos with a face. You don't do anything here in the chat. If you want to submit, it's at the link in my bio. I'm about to reorganize my studio, so my drums and my console need to switch places. Yeah, that's kind of what I went through. My setup here is in the same place. I'm waiting on a console to come. Hopefully in the next week or two. This guy's taking forever. But he's been crazy busy before setting it out. So I'm waiting for that to come in. And then, once that's in, I'll be able to route and get my patch bay and everything set up too, because I had to go through a whole bunch. It's an old GL2400. It's an 40 channel Allen and Heath. It's I'm excited for it. I'm going to be doing it. It's going to be a split console for me. So the old GL 2400. J-Mac, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. It's going to be a split console. So half is going to be kind of just like mixing down, of course, just sending, 24 channels from Pro Tools. Yeah, the Allen Heath, dude, I love it. It's 40 channels, so I'll be able to run about 20 to 24 channels from Pro Tools to actually do like an analog mix down on there and just have a little more hands-on tactile approach. I just prefer it. It's faster, and it sounds great too. Sounds awesome. And then the other 16 on the other side, 16 to 20-ish channels, depending on how I ended up splitting it, on the right side of the console is going to be all just analog tracking in the room. So I'll have all of my drums will go straight to that. So like my drum snake and a couple other like live amps that I have in here will already be set up constantly, so I can have those routed into the console and then straight through to the patch bay or straight through to Pro Tools if I wanted to. It's gonna be great. And that way I can like really easily insert. I can really easily, add in some other compressors or add in some other EQ or whatever. And it's gonna be fun. Would you like to have a listen, Slayman? If you want to send in your music, I would love to listen to it. It's at the link in my bio. Everything is there. I'll explain the whole live and I'll explain the whole structure of what we do and we'll get it moving here in just a moment. Let me go back through some comments here real quick. I have as many as 3 fans. Well, I hope you get more. The only way you're going to get more is by showing people what you do, whether it's on lives or it's in your own content, your own posts, so on and so on. Today, yes, owner of a lonely heart was stuck in my head. Let's go. Don't think I ever mentioned it, but and wait, what is it? What is that, Spides? What do you think about Opeth? I've never heard of Opeth. Open my TikTok. I've been listening to Songwriter of the Cage. I haven't heard it, Christian. I have not heard it. I didn't know Nickelback was making new music. That's interesting. Bebo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. A new Indian artist, amazing. Okay, saw that. MK is in the building. What's up? I'm okay. I appreciate you tapping in. What's your go-to genre? It's all over the place. My work in genres is all over the place as well as what I consume. I typically like the Salt Lake, Utah. I was like, hold on, dude, what is that? I was trying to read between the lines and the TikTok terms of service and trying to figure out what you were talking about. Craig, thank you for the follow. Salt Lake, Utah sounds good. I was like, hold on, what's up, Retrack? Good to see you, brother. Thank you for tapping in, man. But go-to genre, I love the 80s. So anything that has some peripheral connections to 80s. So I have a bunch of analog synths and old gear and stuff like that. I love the 80s. I love synths. Synth is one of the things that I'm kind of known for. So I love anything that's kind of in the vein. So that might be synth wave. That might be like 80s pop. That might be, dream pop, synth pop stuff. It might be dark vaporwave, whatever. It could be kind of anything within that space or any subgenres that are kind of connected to that, right? Like even if it's like modern pop or hip hop, but it has kind of a core built out of that, then I'm probably a fan of it. But I love Tears for Fears, Depeche Mode, Aha, Mike Dean, Kavinsky, R.I.P. Adriatic is great on the house side. How many genres have you tried? Like personally in my own music, tons of them. I've worked on progressive metal music. I've worked on pop. I've worked on R&B. I've worked on rap and trap beats. UK drill. I've worked on synth pop and dream pop records. I've worked on synthwave records. I've worked on country records. I did a collaborative writing session that I did for a while. I helped a guy with his album out of Nashville. So as far as like my work, it's all over the place. It's very, very, very much so all over the place. If y'all want to submit music, it's at the link in my bio. But yeah, but as far as the live stream goes, as far as like people submitting music, even more variety packed. It's all over the place. Have you heard about Elton John? He's going to be absolutely sucks on the organ. I haven't heard that. I've obviously heard Elton John. I have not heard that specifically about Elton John, that he sucks on the organ. Organ's an interesting thing. It's like bass guitar and electric guitar or something where there's a lot of parallels as far as like fretting and scaling and stuff like that. But also like the way that you go about playing it and your phrasing on it is a little bit different. And so that is the interesting thing about, I've only played like a few organs. I don't have one in the studio right now. I've only played a couple of them, and it is a little bit of a different animal. Like it's although again, like chordal structure, phrasing, and like playability is largely similar. But when you start bringing in like foot pedals and you start bringing in pulls and stuff like that, it's weird. Yeah, it did. It definitely went over my head. I only have one organ left to Slim. I learned mixing on an SSL. Yeah, my brain's not firing that fast yet. Give me a second to wake it up a little bit, and then we'll circle back around to the joke. I learned mixing on an SSL duality fuse. Working on a nice board is just fantastic. 100%. Working on that. That's one of the reasons why I'm getting the GL 2400 and getting the 40 channels and analog in here. Is just for me, it's a lot of it is just workflow. I work faster and more creatively when I have tactile in front of me, right? And some people are great in the DAW, and that's awesome. I've worked in the DAW largely most of my professional career as an engineer, so that's great. I'm not someone who's like, it's all analog or nothing. Like I don't really care. I've worked in just based on my capacity for getting the gear. I've worked in the box for most of my more recent professional career as an audio engineer. But I'm finally in a place where I'm able to get back into mixing on a console, and I love it. I prefer it. I prefer having the faders in front of me. Just I think making those stylistic and like creative decisions on the fader to me is just so much more nuanced when you're doing it here. I mean, recall is a nightmare. I mean, yeah, obviously it depends on your approach to Neon's in the building. What's up, Neon? Retrack, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. For me, it's going to be largely hybrid, right? So mainly summing and maybe some other positioning and stuff that's happening there. But all of the, depending on the genre, of course, too. If it's a very acoustic record, most of that's going to be done. I can do that through the console pretty easily with some inserts or maybe hardware inserts and Pro Tools or whatever it may be. But a lot of what I'll be doing, especially if it's like really modern music and I'm dealing with a lot of other stuff, most of it will be happening in the box still. It'll be a hybrid approach. So a lot of like the early processing, tuning, and early compression and stuff like that is going to be all done in there, right? So I can still easily recall most of the session, and then I'll just mix down on the console. So I'll mix down and some on the console, and then send it to my mastering chain, or at least some simplistic parts of the mastering chain, and just gonna just dump it over there, and then go back into the box as needed. So I'll still be able to handle quite a bit of recall. The bulk of the creative stuff that's going to be happening, I'll be able to do very quickly and seamlessly in Pro Tools. So that's all recallable. If they're like, hey, can we change the auto-tune settings? I can easily do that and then just send it through the board again, and just rebalance it again. Or if there's anything that just needs to be changed really lightly, I can rebalance the stems, and that's easy. The mixing process itself is nice. Standing up and flip switches. Yeah, I'm just a fan. I'm just also tired of I'm tired of a lot of modern stuff too. I'm tired of plugins. I'm tired of just all these. Not that hardware doesn't have its own issues. I mean, you gotta maintain this stuff as well. It's hot in here right now. I'm sweating and I got fans and AC going. It's hot. It's annoying. At the same time, I do just prefer having a more hands-on approach. Thank y'all for tapping in, man. I appreciate y'all's submissions so much. Thank y'all for joining the stream. Okay, give me just one moment to update a few things here, and then we're gonna dive into the music, y'all. It is all at the link in my bio. Kuro, welcome in. I appreciate y'all joining. Thank y'all for the follows as well. Y'all are amazing. Noel, welcome into the stream. Ahmed, thank you so much for joining. I appreciate y'all hopping into the stream for a little bit. Thank you for the follow, Kuro. I appreciate it. Let me see. Shane is Paul. Oh, wait, Shane Paul. I was like, oh, hold on, Shane. Where's Shane? I was like, hold on. I read this name and I was like, Shane is Paulus. That's like a very familiar name. Shane Paul, good to see you, man. I forget, you can just put whatever you want for your name. Do you like new metal? Yeah, I like all genres, and I will listen to and we'll work through all genres 100%. Just a quick, just a question. I was like, hold on, what am I saying? What am I reading here? Am I allowed to request a song I really like, or am I not allowed? This is for your music. So we are talking about your music, not music that you just like. So if you're an artist, you're a producer, you're a session musician, you're an engineer, you're a label, you're an agent, you're a manager, whatever it may be, you're connected to music in some way, this is for you to send in that music, and we're going to break it down, especially on the consultation side. We'll spend 20 to 30 minutes per song going through it multiple times to really get into the details of it. But that's what it's all about. But this is not for popular artists or, just artists that you like and so on and so on. It's about y'all's music. Okay, give me 2 seconds to update just one thing over here really briefly, and then we are going to dive into the music. Chans, welcome in. Give me just one moment here, y'all. One moment here. Let me make sure this is all up and running. All right, let's see. I think we're good. I think we're up and running. We're ready to go. All right, y'all. Excuse my Texas allergies, y'all. Jesus Christ. I'm number 9. I'll be asleep before it's my turn. Yeah, if you're in the free line, we'll try to get through a couple of them over the course of the live. But the free line oftentimes does take a bit of time. It does take a bit of time. Just depending on where you're at. Now the free line goes fast, which I'll explain here in a second. Free line is like the free line when we get into them are very quick. But those, I mean, there are most lives. I'll say most live, we get anywhere from like 30 to 45 submissions just to the free line alone, not counting any of our consultations. So again, it can get a little bit out of hand here sometimes. But let me double check a few things. Okay, we're good. We're ready. I want to make sure that's up and running. Let me give my quick spiel. J-Mac, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate that. Let me give my spiel, and then we will dive into the music. If y'all are coming in for the first time, welcome to Track Talk. Welcome to the stream. I appreciate you joining. Thank you for spending some time with us today. I'm excited to get into some of y'all's music today. If you've never been to Track Talk, if you've never been in the stream before, there are 2 lines that you can submit into. One is a free line. That free line is where we'll listen to up to 2 minutes of your song and give a quick note. Up to 2 minutes of the song and give you a quick note. Again, maybe that's on song structure, mix, whatever. It's going to be short and sweet. And then we have the consultation side, which is the bulk of what we do. The consultation side is a 20 to 30 minute multiple simple listen 2 to 3 different times through your song, breakdown and consultation on the structure of your music. That is not a quick review. There is no trash or pass ratings or polls attributed to that line. Those are really long-form, detailed breakdowns of your mix and master, production elements, sound design choices, lyrics, and song formatting, so on and so on. It is a very detailed approach to really get into the details and the nuances of what you're doing, both creatively and practically within the structure of your music. We're not here to roast you. We're not here to trash you. We're not here to tear you down. We're also not here to hype you up. We're not here to give you exposure. If that happens, if the algorithm's great and you get fans of your music, beautiful. It's just not my priority. It's not the way that we have formatted the stream. The format of the stream is to just spend that 20 to 30 minutes really getting into the details and nuances of your music over that long form. For those of you who don't know, my name is Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That is what I do for a living. I've done that for the last 14 plus years at this point, almost 15 years at this point. And I'm also a classically trained pianist. So that is kind of the structure of the stream. That's the perspective of the stream, to offer you as much actionable feedback and specifics and tools and advice to help you polish what you're doing and improve on what you're doing. Katie's in the building. What's up, Katie? Favorite TikTok live. Thank you so much. I appreciate the love. I appreciate the love a lot. Is that a Latin Clarion FC mic? No, it is a Neumann. The Clarion is awesome, though. I've almost gotten it for a kick mic or like a kick out mic. As like a secondary kick mic for my drum set. It is an awesome microphone, but it's not what it is. It's a Neumann M147 tube. I love it. One of my favorite microphones that I've ever owned. It's silky smooth, fantastic tube microphone. But yeah, a Neumann M147 tube. If you would like to submit your music for said consultation or free line, it is all, if you're on TikTok specifically, we're on 3 platforms, but it's if you're on TikTok specifically, it is at the link in my bio. So if you go to my profile, click all the way through, hopefully you'll see a link tree there. That's where you can click on that link. You'll see a tab that says submit your music / see the queue. If you go there, you'll be able to see, either lane you want to submit into, whether the free line or the consultation line. You'll also be able to see the queue there. If you go to the submit part, you'll see where you are in line. You can decide, the order, so on and so on. Also the skip button bait. I don't know what that means. T4 Wubsy's in the building. What's up, Wubsy? Welcome in. So if you go there, that's where you'll be able to see line order, stuff like that. No matter which line that you're in. If you are over on Twitch, you can type !submit. Type !submit, and the line will present itself to you. If you are on YouTube, you can go to the description of the live stream, and you'll see the line presents. Line is right there in the description of the live stream. T4, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Noani. Yeah, I know. Wait. What do you know? He knows what that means. Skip button bait. What does that mean? What do you mean skip button bait? Anyways, so if you want to submit for either one of those lines, those are where those exist. Okay, let's get into some music, y'all. I don't know what you mean by bait or button, but let's dive in. Let's dive in. All right, we're going to kick it off today with Derek Bennett music in the building featuring JL. Wubsy's in the building. Wubsy's the family. Dude, I hope you're doing amazing. Thank you so much for today. Hope life is treating y'all okay. This is Trapped by, let me see. Okay, cool. Let me see. Jenna's in the building. What's up, Jenna? I bought Greasy's core. Let's go. Which one? I think he has like 7 of them now. Let's go, Wubsy. I love it. I love it. That's awesome. Did you buy one of his, because I know he has some like micro ones now. He has like some small, like palatable ones. And then he also has like obviously like his main, like his main big ones that he has. I'm doing pretty good, Jenna. I'm finally finalizing some of the stuff here in the studio, so it's feeling good. It's clean in here finally, cleanish. Organized cables all day and restructured a bunch of stuff, so I'm excited. It's feeling good. All right, Derek, let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. Talk to me about the details. Talk to me about the structure of this. I don't have notes on this one. Let me know if I've heard it before. That's all. I see so many names. That's where I get confused. But let me know if I've heard it before. Let me know kind of what you want me to focus on and give advice to, so on and so on. But let's get into it. This is Trapped by Derek Bennett featuring JL. Let's dive in. All right, let's open up the Dropbox. Blinding me at the same time. All right. I'll dive straight in. Is this one of the co-production that y'all are doing? cool, Derek. Got you. Chaos, welcome in. Yeah, that's going to be great, Wubsy. That's going to be life-changing for you. Let's go, man. This is cool. I got old dreams and boxes on the shelf. Guess I got good at lying to myself. 1,000 voices now to mine, trapped in my head all the time. Link in my bio if you want to submit. Let's go, man. Good sound. Wish I could float above it all. Break free before I start to fall. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. But the way I want it will let me go. So I stay in the undertow. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. That's all Derek Bennett outside of guitars. I know you're gonna fresh start, Wubsy. You're gonna fresh start, man, especially with the stuff you've gone through. The hard drives and stuff. Link about, Kyle. Yes, dude. So glad. I'm so glad, man. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Y'all show some love, show some love, show some love. That is Derek Bennett music. Let's dive in, man. Let's run it from the top. Great production structure. I want to talk a little about the song structure itself for a moment. I'm kind of interested in getting into some of that. The only thing that's kind of at the forefront of my mind, this obviously isn't like finalized or mixed or anything yet. This is like an earlier production demo as far as I'm aware. And a lot of the sound that I hear, I really, really like. I mean, a good, solid, open, mix on this is going to make this sound incredibly powerful. So I'm not too worried about the mix on this one and kind of what is in the production. Most of what I'm hearing, there's one little piano thing I'm going to listen for, but even that to me is very negotiable. It's very, that you can kind of go either way. The big thing for me, I think, is just the actual structure. This is the only thing that I'm going to say concerned loosely, because I'm not concerned about it, that I'm concerned about. It is long. It's 4.5 minutes. And there's a couple parts of the song where it feels like in my brain, I wanted to just get to the climax of the song and then let it settle at the end. And it kind of goes into like another bridge and then another low moment and then back into the hook and then out. And I think it feels drawn out in some parts. And then my brain slowly starts turning off. I would love to maybe Again, just my opinion, obviously not necessary. But I would maybe like to consolidate this structure a little bit, maybe even pull the bridge or move the bridge and go straight into the high screams at the top and then like hook on the outro or something. We'll listen to it when we get back into it. And maybe get this down to like 345s where it feels a little more concise, a little sharper. That to me is one thing that I'm listening for, because I could just, after a little while, I could tell that it started to feel like it was droning on a little bit, even though the sounds are really cool and the production itself is really, engaging and is really powerful. So I like so much of what I'm hearing here. The last thing I want is for it to be such a dope production and it'd be really powerful and really, really energetic. And then maintaining that for too long and it just slowly losing steam as the song goes on, because it is really powerful. But y'all show some love to Derek. Let's get straight back into it. A quick reminder that if you would like to submit your music, absolutely any genre, any style, any language, any level of preparedness or quality, people send in voice memos and early demos all the way to Grammy-nominated musicians and producers. So we're going to hear a lot of different styles and a lot of different levels of quality. Not everyone here is on the same kind of playing field. There's a lot of people in a lot of different veins here. So you don't have to feel insecure or anything about where you in particular are at with your music. A lot of people here are fairly new to what they're doing. So let's get into it. But if you want to submit, it's at the link in my bio for either one of the lines. Y'all got to cover it. Yeah, y'all have been amazing. Thank y'all so much for the help. Retrack, you're the man. I appreciate it. Jenna's in the building. Thank you for the mods. Y'all have been so helpful. But yeah, absolutely. Not American Music is perfectly fine. Not an issue at all. It is all at the link in my bio. Okay. Yeah, I think the ending tag on the chorus could probably be cut until the end. Yeah, let's listen for it and let's see if there's any spots in here where we can, quote unquote, cut the fat. And kind of notch it in. Pixel, I don't prefer it. People do. That's fine. That's fine. But what I'm doing here, the whole structure of this live stream is helping musicians and artists and producers and engineers and songwriters and vocalists to really dive into the details and the nuances of what they're doing within that craft. So you can, maybe if you want to talk about songwriting, song structure, formatting, phrasing, things like that, we still can, and people still do occasionally. I just don't prefer it because it kind of hinders the main structure of what the live is. So you can, and people do, but not necessarily my preference. All right, this is Trapped by Derek Bennett. Let's run it. Let's get it from the top. Yeah, I appreciate you asking. I'm not going to be the person that like trashes you for it. That's just not my person. It's not my personality. I'm not here to like roast you and tear you down. I can't control what the chat does, but that's not my personality. I like to think of myself as like a fairly nice person. So I'm not here to like crush someone's dreams if they're utilizing it as a tool or something like that, or using it for demos. But, yeah, that, whatever. That's you don't have to worry about like people like hating on you completely necessarily, or at least for me. Again, I can control other people, but you don't have to worry about that for me, but kind of is what it is. All right, let's get into it. Death Valley, I got you. Architects, I got you. And Neon, I got you as well. I got you. Now you have this kind of on, it's an octave higher. I love that melody. It's a beautiful melody. One of the things that I was listening to that can very subtly make it more monotonous over time, even with really cool production, is that melody going for too long, or that register of piano and where it's at in the mix happening for too long. So one would be you have your early melody, or whatever similar melody. And then I think going into like your pre or your hook, which we'll get to here in just a second, we go into, I think, like just like the full arpeggio. Right? It opens up, a little bit higher with a quicker pacing to it and no filler in between. In between those, you might want to like, again, you can do this however you see fit, but you might want to like pick and choose when you bring in these high elements, maybe a little bit more intentionally, so that they give and take away more to the dynamics, as opposed to like ground zero of the song, we have it, and it happens intermittently over the course of the song, but right off the bat, we have it immediately. Like, what if you did B section of the verse only? So like the first part is just like, and thank God for the follows, appreciate it. First part of the verse is just like, it's strong bass, guitar, some of the strings and synths and stuff like that, and maybe low notes, like maybe still just a low octave on the piano or something similar. And then B section, right? We bring in the high melody at the top of the piano. Same thing like going into the hook. Maybe we start, just on the hook with the main melody that you have, but to try to like pick and choose when some of these melodies happen, so it's not right off the bat, there's constantly that note at the top, because I just noticed like a minute and a half, 2 minutes into the song, and again, it's a 4.5 minute song, that I started noticing is like I'm just hearing these notes over and over at the top of the mix from the start of the song till later, even though the phrasing changes a little bit. It's a beautiful sound, and it's a beautiful melody. I like it a lot, which is why I want it to be compartmentalized a little more. What if it came in here? Boom. Like only on this last section or something. I like the progression change on the interlude here, 4, 5, 6. There's some really great lead melodies. Wubsy with the Galaxy! Let's go, man. Wubsy, thank you for the Galaxy, man. I appreciate you. Brother. Thank you for your generosity. I appreciate that a lot. Sorry to interrupt, but I gotta show love when y'all are showing love. Thank you, man. I appreciate that a lot. I really do like the progression change here, though. I love it, man. So we're hearing it at the top again. So now we're starting to hear, you know, that the strict arpeggio at the top there. So that's why I think it could be nice we're not playing popular artists, but shout out to Convincy the GOAT, R.I.P. One of my favorite producers of all time, and unfortunately not with us anymore, but that is such a fantastic song. Wubsy with the Galaxy! Wubsy with another Galaxy. Man, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the love, man. I appreciate you so much. Convincey's the GOAT, man. Convincey's the GOAT. I love what he does so much. Man, shout out to Wubsy. Wubsy, man, all love from this end, man. All love from this end. I appreciate you so much, brother. Thank you so much for sending that. So yeah, so now we're hearing the high melody kind of looping through right there. That is where my brain starts to feel like this is happening very, very frequently at the top end of the song. So if we can save that register for moments where it's like, let's say first part of the hook or first part of the verse, it's non-existent. Second part of the verse, we get a little bit of that sharpness from the simpler, right? The simpler progression right there. Maybe we let off for the pre, so like maybe here. Maybe we let off a little bit. I think you do, but there's like a pizzicato, I think, in the background that's giving you a little bit of right? It has a little bit of a pluck in the background there, but maybe have some push and pull of like it's a little drier here. We bring it in later, pre-hook, we pull some of those high melodies out just for a moment and then kick in really strong with that lead melody over the hook. A little bit of push and pull there I think would be nice. Okay, let's see. Let's get into the hook here. JJ Smith, I got you. So here, same thing here. I know I'm harping on the same note here, but I hopefully it's helpful to like give you some like timestamps kind of like here's where. Hook happens. I think you should keep most of the melodic elements of the hook in the hook, right? So you have this. Beautiful. Love it. Nothing wrong with that at all. When we get to this, like then now we have a post hook. So I think part of what's drawing out the song is we do have like full verse, full pre-hook, full hook, post hook, verse, pre-hook, post-hook, scream section, low bridge, high last. Like there are a lot of segments to the song. Nothing specifically wrong with that, but it is going to start drawing out some of the structure here. Maybe you don't do anything going into the second verse. We'll figure that out here in a second. But on this little pocket right here, you have the high melody over the E minor at the top of the hook. Going into this post, and you're doing the breaks on the drums and the guitars, I would maybe pull that melody for this section, right? Again, let it live in its moment. Let it live in like the second section of the verse. Let it live in the hook, and then these interludes in between maybe pull some of that energy away so that it doesn't interrupt. It doesn't interrupt the song constantly. Thank you, Jenna. Shout out to Libby. Libby designed it. She designed the artwork for the song. She's amazing. Like I would love if this just felt like breaks, just boom, dun, 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 dun. and not have to have all of the glue. If you really focus on the breaks here and leave a little bit more space, I do think the breaks will actually feel more impactful and more dynamic if there's actually more room in between them. Okay, let's get into the next section here. We're moving along. If y'all want to submit, it is at the link in my bio if you would like to submit. Same thing here, maybe pull that melody again from the first half, drop it into the second half. Again, it's just, we go from verse all the way through, hook all the way through, post hook all the way through, verse all the way through, pre-hook all the way through. We're getting that melody constantly. And that's, I think, where it starts to get fatiguing just a little bit. Or even just like feeling looped. The rest of the production is sounding great. Dre, I got you. Dre, I got you from yesterday. I think you sent in 10, right, Dre? Submit for free. Just drop your song, whatever. It can be an updated song or a different song. Doesn't matter to me. Drop it in the line for free. Let me know whenever you do, and then I'll boost you to 15. I think you had 10 yesterday, so I'll boost you to 15 today. Yeah, most of the rest of this production, though, I think sounds fantastic. Derek, y'all are crushing it, man. Guitars sound great. Drums are programmed well too. They're not like overproduced to the in the sense like sometimes when you're dealing with VST drums and like a progressive rock song or something, it's like it can just be overdone and the blast beats are too crazy and like nothing even feels realistic in any sense. These feel simplistic enough that they're actually presented well in this production. So I like that. Austin Davis sample. Shout out. I like it. All right, let's get into the next section here. Same thing here, full breaks, and then drop it down. Worcester drums, believe it or not. I mean, yeah, it's like, keep in mind that, not you, but like in general, like a lot of those sounds are just like coming, like the people that are using like the pork pies and the like Ludwig, Black Beauties, so on and so on. Retrack said like, shut them down. The accidental unmute right there. Anyways, side note, ADHD. A lot of those are just like from like contemporary like metal tracks and stuff like that. Like using like the Superphonics and using like the Black Beauties and pork pies and stuff like that. Those really deep, thick snares. Those are a lot of those are like carryovers from like modern rock and stuff like that. Progressive metal. You'll see a lot of the same stuff transitionally, right? Yeah, Derek's like, what did I do? What happened? You're good. Retrack. It's just funny. Zach, link in my bio. Okay, so then we go here, right? So this is, yeah, I can watch music videos, 100%. You got lyric videos, music videos. I can't show it to the chat necessarily, but I can watch it myself and break it down in some sense. Thank y'all for the follows. I appreciate that. Welcome from Germany. Appreciate you being here. So this secondary bridge, I want to listen from here on really quick. Thank you for the follows. Because this is past all of the structure that we already have. We're already 2 minutes and 40 seconds into the song. We already have the full song structure before this, and then this hits after our second biggest hit. So this is like our bridge here. So this is a long bridge. This is like a full third verse almost. And then we go down again. Yeah. This is the bridge here, and then it goes down again from here. It's a pretty long bridge, considering how long some of the other elements are here. I love this breakdown though. This is killer. This is nasty. Kane, welcome in. That was you? And then we come down here. So this is where it starts to get drawn out leading into the last hook. So for me, if there is, no, submit for free. That's what I was saying earlier, Dre. Submit for free, and I'll boost you myself. I'll boost you up with an extra 5 as well. Yeah, you don't have to resubmit for this kit. Just submit in the free line. And I got you. So this section here, I think, is where you can trim the most of the fat, right? Yeah, of course, I got you. This is where I feel like we can consolidate this the most, right? Whether it's doing half of the bridge, or not having the bridge and just going to the stream, or just going to the screams, not doing the instrumental after. Like, I'm trying to think, like, I'm almost curious. I'm gonna toss this out here. What if where does this hit? So right there. what if we didn't do the bridge? Because your bridge, the scream part to me in the breakdown takes the place of your bridge. Like that is largely what your bridge would be. So I'm feel the song ending right after the bridge. Like on this moment here. I have an idea. Let me. Yeah, I mean, again, this is so specific to you, your creativity, and your song, right? So I'll tell you my thoughts. To me, this moment of the song here, as a listener, you're kind of forced to like resettle again in a sense, as opposed to like the energy's pushing forward. We got the dynamics high after that hook again. We go into a big moment, we bring it down acoustically, and then boom, we crush it at the end. This bridge in any context, whether you keep it or not, right? Like this bridge right here, to me, it does force the listener, like we just went through already 2 minutes and 40 seconds of song, almost a whole song, right? Like 2 minutes and 40 seconds of song, super dynamic, loud hooks, it's energetic, low verses, it's built up energy. There's a lot of dynamics happening already. And then we go into like a full like 16 bar bridge. And then like, I think it's another 16 bar or 8 bar low instrumental, and then a full hook at the end. And so to me, this is just where it gets a little bit drawn out. Here's maybe, if you want to keep the bridge, let's say the non-negotiables, you want to keep the bridge. Here's maybe what I would do. I would go hook to breakdown right away. No break in between. You go here. Build it up, and then it's just straight here. Hook, straight in. And then what I would probably do is, instead of this low acoustic interlude, do the bridge low. So C major, D major, E minor. That's different. That's to the G major. So like, what if we go crazy, right? And then wish I could float above it all. Dun, 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 dun. Bridge comes in right there. You build up the bridge like crazy. Last hook. No low instrumental. You keep the bridge because you like the bridge. We keep the bridge. We change the dynamics. We cut. How much do we cut here? Let's see. We cut like 20 seconds off the song. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. We cut like 20 seconds off the song, get better dynamics, get a more concise song structure, a better lead out of that second hook because we go straight into the screams right there without any breaks in between. It's a big hook straight into big breakdown. We go nuts. And then you cut the low interlude right there and we get the low dynamics from the bridge. So the bridge actually becomes your low dynamic moment. So you don't need the low dynamic moment. And we go into the last hook strong. The song then is like 4:10 or 4:05 instead of 4:30 plus. IDK, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let me see. Oh, there's so many comments coming in. Hold on. What's going on? Link in the bio if you want to submit, y'all. Link in the bio. Do not spam the chat. You will get muted, as some of y'all have already. Hold on. It won't let me scroll back. I'm trying. Hold on. Please do not spam the chat. I'm trying to read this message. It keeps kicking me back. And I can cut the repeat of the post-chorus on the second hook. Yeah, exactly. So if we imagine a world where, let me see how long this is real quick, right here. 3:15. There's 12 seconds there. We have fade out there. 12 seconds there. We got 24 seconds there. Okay, so Alex, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Link in my bio, y'all. Link in my bio. Okay, so you cut the low. We go low on the bridge. So Here's the new structure at the end right here. Powerful hook, second hook, right? Powerful second hook, no tag because we're gonna go straight to the bridge, right? So powerful second hook, you cut I guess if it's about 12 seconds per 8 bars. We're gonna cut 6 seconds off right there. So we cut the tag on the second hook right there, right? Thank you for the follow. Cut the tag. Then we go straight to screams. Big breakdown right there. Massive, goes nuts. The crowd goes wild. Everybody loves it. We go into the bridge, but the bridge is low. The bridge takes the place of your low moment in the song right here. That's going to give you your dynamic range. It's going to give you the anticipation of the last hook. It's going to be beautiful. We bring the hook all the way down. Bring the bridge all the way down right there. We cut the low instrumental. That cuts another 12 seconds. We've cut 18 seconds now. And then you cut the outro fat at the very end. It's another 12 seconds there. We cut about 30 seconds off of the song. So if you do consolidate the first hook, you do cut the low section and the tail at the end of the song, you just saved yourself 30 seconds. So now we're at like 358. That's more palatable. It just is 358 on a slow, big, powerful, dynamic, anthemic song. And that saves you. You're at 431. That puts us at about like 357, 358 if you fade out early. That's way more palatable. Like that's way more concise. I think it's better dynamic range. I think it's a stronger transition into the bridge. What will be the scream and then down into the bridge. To me, that changes everything because your instrumentation is great. I mean, the guitars sound awesome. Drums are awesome. Vocal structure is great as well. Just obviously a lot of this just needs to be balanced and glued and so on and so on. But I do think I do think that most of this is structure, which is why I wanted to focus so much time on structure. Y'all show some love to Derek Bennett Music in the building. I appreciate you so much. Thank y'all for the follows. I appreciate that a lot as well. Y'all are amazing. Thank you for spending some time with us today. Those follows mean a lot. Thank you for joining today. But yeah, if you can work on structure, I say that easily. It's like you got to like chop out little sections of the song and rearrange them, but you're crushing it, man. Seriously, crushing it. Y'all show some love to the family. Show some love to Derek Bennett. Definitely make sure that you follow, check out their music. They got a ton of stuff out. Okay, if y'all want to submit, keep in mind, do not spam the chat. You will not submit in the chat, and you can not send popular artists. That is not what this is about. You can also see when you come into the stream where it tells you where it tells you to do and where it tells you to go and what you can't do. Everything is at the link in my bio. Everything is at the link in my bio. You can submit for the free line or for the consultations there. All right, let's get into the next track here. Let me just update just a few things. And let me get this rolling here, and then Dre, let me catch you up here really quick. Let me catch you up real quick. I got to get Dre where they need to be. Let's see where Dre is. DDF, right? DDF is you, Dre? Just so I can make sure before I bump you up. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, just a demo. All right, DJ T Cloud, DJ L Will. All right, Dre. You got 15 to your name. Beautiful. Let's get it. That's boosted. Let's get into the next track. We got Retrack in the building. We got the family in here today. Amazing. But let's go. This is This Feeling by Retrack, the mod of mods right here in the chat. This is one of the family, one of the OGs, so definitely show them some love. They sell beats, they make productions in many different styles. I have heard like orchestral scores, and I've heard trap beats and lo-fi and house and all over the place. I think the only thing maybe have I heard country from you, Retrack? I'm like trying to think if there's any genre I haven't heard from Retrack. Maybe country. Get to work on it, Retrack. That's the next thing I need to hear from you. Incredibly versatile. Yeah, polka maybe. Shout out to Retrack. That's the man. Seriously, appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for sending this in. This is a house/EDM track. Once again, a plot twist because I think the last one I heard was a hip hop beat. Looking for production and mixing feedback. The vocal sample is from Splice. Let's get it. Link in the bio if you would like to submit. Death metal. Yeah, that's true. We need some country and metal from you next. Retrack, just to challenge you. All right, let's get into it. That's the vibe, Neil. That's the vibe. That's a cool sample. Renita, welcome in. Oh, I want like another 4 counts and then drop right there. Like let it tail with the delay or something and then let it breathe for a second right there. It comes in right off the bat. It'd be nice to give it some space. That's cool. Open hats. Link in my bio, Omar. Welcome in, y'all. Thanks for joining. I appreciate y'all being here. I would love to appreciate it. Link in my bio. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Y'all show some love. Show some love. Show some love. That is the family retrack beats right here in the chat. Let's go. My sympathy goes to the moms trying to keep the chat under control. Good Lord, J-Back, it's great. It's wild. It's the Wild West, man. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that I say no popular artists and bright yellow, letters right here. It doesn't matter what it says when you hop into the stream and it gives you a little like title of what happens here and whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that when you go to submit at AkunoGarden that there's like a description of everything that says this is what we do and this is what we don't do. It doesn't matter. People could care less. People could care less. I would love to hear y'all's music. If you make music, I would love to hear it. But you just got to go through the proper channels. You got to keep things organized, right? This is a very chaotic setup for me, so it helps when things are really, really organized. So I have a system in place that is very, very organized. And so please follow that system by going to the link in my bio so that I don't lose my mind. All right, let's keep it rolling. We got Retrack in the building. Man. Beautiful production. Let's dive into some details here. There's a couple little spots in here that I would love to just, okay, sounds good. I would love to just wake it up a little bit, right? All of the sound design that I hear, all of the sample that I hear, I like, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with what is present in this track. There's parts where I just feel like it needs a little bit more. It needs to be like woken up, it needs to be warmed up, it needs to introduce some small changes to maybe either the structure or progression or sound design to just like shift the energy a little bit because everything that's there is good. Everything that's there is like very typical in the genre. It works well together. It all fits well. But for me, it's going to come down to like making sure this doesn't feel like it's too simplistic. It doesn't feel like 6 tracks, but it feels like there's a lot of nuances and a lot of details that make it feel, really vibrant to listen to. 100% King. Any genre, any style, any language, any level of preparedness or quality, all across the board. But let's run it from the top, man. Let's get into a couple things. One right off the back is I would definitely have, you don't have to, of course. A lot of what I'll say are stylistic decisions. So feel free to ignore half of what I'm saying because it's just my opinion. Just hopefully get your wheel spinning for your own decisions. I'm doing amazing. Thanks for asking. But the thing that I want to dive into is one of them would just be opening up hats on the hook, on what we would, perceive as the hook. I would love to, just create some open hats on the, if we're going 8 counts, like on your 2, 4, 6, 8, only like your 2, 4, 6, 8 right there. Open up the hats right there so we get a little bit more of the lift. You have some in the shaker. The shaker has some of your accent points right there that are giving you a little bit of that lift. But I think especially with the way you structure this, like sound design wise and structure wise, I feel like it needs a bigger punch on that lift. So having like an open hat in between like 2, 4, 6, 8 all the way through, I think would be helpful to create that lift. And we can talk about that when we get into it. But let's run it from the top. Let's get into it. It's cool, man. I like it. Like, to be honest, right off the, so to me, there's two tiers that we could bump up here, right? So we add in our shaker starting on the hook, right? I'm going to perceive this as a verse, right? I'm going to perceive this as like the verse of the song. And then later on we have like the hook, right? And that's where the shaker comes in, like shakers and hats and stuff like that. In my opinion, start exactly how you did. I would just shift everything back and then add one other layer. So I would actually start your shakers probably here. It's a more like typical house buildup. Start your shakers here. And then when you get into the hook, maintain shakers and add the open, right? So here... Yeah, 100%. We've been doing it for like 3.5 years, and sometimes they're better than others. Sometimes it's chaotic. It's okay. It just comes with the territory, right? If you're going to live stream, you're going to have to deal with modding. You're going to have to deal with, chats and stuff. It's fine. It is what it is. It is exhausting. My ADHD brain is like bouncing all over the place and seeing this and be like trying to answer this and like say what's up to people coming in, whatever. It gets a little chaotic, but for the most part, it comes with the territory. Dan, this is for your music. So if it's not your music, it's not for you. That's what the whole live is about, right? So if it's, it's not whether or not it's like 5 million monthly listeners or 80 million monthly listeners. This is for your music. So if you make music or are connected to music in any way, that is what it's about. And everything is at the link in my bio, y'all. Okay, let's run it from the top. So here, keep your same intro, and then this is where I would bring in your shakers early, and then add to the shakers with the open hat going into your hook. And you can break it down on the build up a little bit, pull them out for a second, right? So here, 1, 2, 3. Right there is where I would start those shakers. Because otherwise we're like restraining energy, I feel like, for too long. I feel like the openness is like held back for too long. And I don't want that progression on the synth, which is fine. Nothing wrong with the progression. I just don't want that to become boring or become monotonous because not enough is added to this earlier breakdown to like keep drawing us forward, right? We do slowly step up some things like, obviously adding in the kick and the snare and some other layers and stuff like that. But that's, I would love to just create a little bit more energy a little bit earlier on. I feel like it'll just support the song a little bit better. At the link in my bio if you click on submit. And then break this down. That's fine. Open it up a little bit. I like the snare pattern. Build it up. And then right here, personal preference. You don't have to do this. You definitely don't have to do this. Dance tracks, is there a time limit we should be looking for? It really depends on the context. If you're doing shows, you're doing festivals, you're doing long-term breakdowns where you have a longer set and you're doing transitions, you're DJing, so you want like a 45-second tail to transition and tempo match to the next song, stuff like that. You can get away with a 6 or 7 minute song, right? And in fact, I've worked with a lot of DJs and that's very typical, right? Having like a 5 to 7 minute song that's gonna have transition points and edit points and tempo match points in the outro. This is like kick and clap for the last 45 seconds. Very typical. Nothing wrong with that. If you're running radio play, you're running spin, you're running playlists and so on, you probably should be under about 3.5 minutes, ideally. Of course, you can go longer and of course you can go shorter. But that, for me and for most like modern playlists and stuff like that, I think the more concise, the better. If you can cut the fat a little bit, it'd be great. And this is why I recommend a lot of people just release 2 versions. Have one that you use in sets, use one that you use in, festivals, one that you're playing live, and then a concise radio edit that's like 3 to 3.5 minutes and it's sharp and it's fine-tuned, and then a longer version for when you're transitioning live and stuff like that. That's what I would recommend for most people. Otherwise, most people who are just like, even if you're like working out, like you don't want to hear like the same song for like 7.5 minutes, 8 minutes straight when you're working out. You're like, dude, okay, I've already like changed muscle groups. I'm already on my cardio and we're hearing the same sounds. You don't necessarily want that. So you want a little bit more turnover in your dynamics and stuff like that. Thank you for the follows, y'all. Appreciate it. Okay. Last 2 things I think I want to break down here. On this transition here, in my mind, again, I love the sample. I love what you've done with it. I think the processing is great on it. Nothing wrong with that at all. I want like another 2 to 4 counts before the beat hits when you're transitioning right off the bat. And people submit a lot of spam and let's see if it's live, etc. Yeah, 100%, 100%. So here, boom, boom, right? So there's like, I think it comes in a count early. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, it does come in half a count early or something like that. Is it, Tia, thank you so much for the winks. I appreciate it. I don't think I've seen that. Thank you. I appreciate it. I think it comes in a count early. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hear how it comes in a little bit early right there? That's what I'm hearing on both breakdowns, where I don't know if it's off the grid or if it's an and early, right? So if it's like an 8th note early, then you might want to go back to the grid and pull it into the 1, like pull it back into the root of that time signature right there. I think it's an 8th note early. Pretty sure it's an 8th note early, which is why like when I count it out, even just like based off the previous tempo right before it, it comes in just a tad early. So if you just, boom, push that back just 1 count, realign it. It's the same with the second drop. You do the second drop, it's the same thing. The way the sample is, it couldn't make it a full 4 count. Still delay it then. Still delay it though. Even if that's the way the sample is, take whatever's after that and realign it to start the grid again. Otherwise, it's going to feel like it comes in early and it shifts the energy and it feels rushed. It feels like more anxious. It feels more rushed, much less like chill and vibey, right? Because it comes in just count to a count and a half early because the sample ends and we restart the rest of the production. So if that's where the sample ends, that's fine. Just let it hold with like a short delay tail. Boom. And then it comes in right after that, like short delay tail or something like that. Or just let it cut dry. Let it cut dry and then reverse reverb going into the next section. Boom, and then cuts in, whatever. You get the idea. But I would still, no matter what happens with the previous section, no matter what happens with the previous sample, I would start fresh on a fresh 4 counts. Otherwise, it's gonna come in early. You seem like you have perfect pitch. I have relative pitch, not perfect pitch. So it's not like I can like ding a glass. That's an E flat with like a B undertone. It's not that. But if I hear a song within a couple seconds, I can kind of figure out what's going on. Or like playing one note, I can get the relativity to that note and get the key. But not like Charlie Puth. Perfect pitch in that sense. Okay, and then right here, so let's assume, and again, even if you don't do this, that's up to you. That's up to you deciding stylistically what you want to do. If you are going to, let's assume that we add the shakers earlier on, and this is the start of the hook. This is where I would then add in the open hats versus the shaker early on. So as soon as we start here, because it's only the hats low, we actually lose a little bit of steam, even though like the buildup's really strong. Dynamically, it hasn't jumped a ton. We add some of the higher synths again, and that's great from the previous breakdown, but I would definitely take it to the next level and add the opens. Just open that up a little bit. Even just an open hat, even just like a TR-808 or TR-909 open hat, like a classic 80s, 90s, house pop, open hat right there is just going to open it up a little bit, give you a little bit more dynamics without having to do too much. Because right now the shaker's holding it down underneath with your 16ths, but it's not offering any like pump at the top. So even just an open in between each of those right there, easiest fix. Most of the things we're talking about like super easy fixes, like a little bit of like just a little bit of nudging here, and we're gonna be moving and grooving. Because I also don't want it to feel too repetitive by hearing the same synth progression, same sounds that we're hearing earlier on. The only other thing that I would add here, if you are going to keep the same synths and stuff, which in this case we are, if you're going to keep the same progression, same synths, same sample choice kind of over the top there, where we don't like maybe format shift the sample up and shift, a lot of the texture at the top right there. If it's going to be fairly copied over, definitely add like one other synth or chord. Let me do my puzzle really quick so TikTok knows I'm here. Even though I'm here screaming at y'all for 4 hours straight, unable to verify. I wasn't close enough on the puzzle. Damn it. There we go. Verified. I had to do my TikTok games to keep me live. I think if it's too copied over, it will become monotonous, even if it's cool sound design. Like even if it's a cool hyped house song, Adding 100%. Exactly. Add like a low, low ARP and kind of the middle, nothing too high because we already have some high stabs. You have like a super saw at the top. So you already have a lot of movement at the top end. You have a heavy bass underneath it. You could layer that bass. That could be nice. Like layer that bass with like a fifth Moog style bass or something. And then maybe add like a mid kind of brassy Juno-y arpeggio in the middle of the mix to give it some movement, right? Kind of match that with the shaker and the open hats, right? This hook right here, definitely we need to distinguish from the first part. Otherwise, all we're adding is like we're adding shakers, and that's largely it, right? If all we're doing to go from like verse to hook, largely speaking, I know there's some other changes, but it's like add a shaker, it'll get too boring, right? So definitely like add the shaker, add the open hats, add an arpeggio, and add a bass layer to the bass that's already there, like a sub underneath it or another synth bass to layer it, right? Like that. Those like 3 or 4 different additive layers to the hook right there now makes it its own section, makes it a lot more engaging to listen to. Okay, second section here, build up. Let's get it. We're moving. And right now too, and again, you can obviously stylistic, you can keep this wherever you want it. Everything's still fairly dry. I don't mind that. It's very punchy, right? It's very punchy, but it's still fairly dry. I wouldn't mind just like a little bit of like affecting a little bit of reverb on that snare and maybe some of the background layers to it. Maybe a little auto panning on the shaker, maybe some of that exists there. It could be exaggerated a little bit, right? I wouldn't mind. This still feels a little bit early and a little bit dry, and I would love just like a little bit more energy on it. Like maybe take that synth and add like a really wide stereo chorus to it, like a Studio D model, mode 1. Oh yeah, I got you. 100%, Shane, 100%. If you come back in, just let me know. Jackson in the building. Jackson, I got you, man. Sorry, I just saw the submission, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I haven't gone back to that page in a second since I was breaking down the song, but I appreciate you a lot, man. Thank you for your generosity. Okay, let's get into this last section here. But yeah, I think, I'll be on tomorrow. Around same time. So early afternoon tomorrow. If not maybe a little bit earlier, but yeah, typical midday tomorrow. Yeah, of course, man, I got you and I'll boost you. So let me know whatever you sent tomorrow as well. Let me double check. Let me see. I got 10. Yeah, so you'll have at least 15 tomorrow. I got you, man. I got you, man. Appreciate you so much. And then same thing here. Dry up. He's like, I'm pretty sure I'm front. And I love the formant shift here. Just let it rest again. Same thing. Let it rest again. Let it breathe, and then start the next thing there. No matter what happens on the sample, let it go for another bar and a half, or a measure. I'm sorry. What am I saying? Count and a half. That way it opens up a little bit. Like there's even a nice little delay on that little stereo delay in there. Do, 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 do. I would love to let that tail go for another second, and then boom, then kick it back in. Open up. And then arpeggio. Like again, filling in that middle a little bit, opening up the top of the percussion, filling in some of the arpeggio in the middle of the mix. I think this is not far off. It's just going to take a little bit of intention to realign things, rebalance a few things once you do that, and then maybe add, 2 or 3 elements to your hook to distinguish it from that verse a little bit more, and then fine tune the build up to that as well. Let's go retrack. Let's go, man. Y'all show some love. That's the family. Retrack in the building. The overall balance of what's here, and you mentioned mix, but the overall balance of what exists here I think is fine. But for me, it's not necessarily that these need to be more balanced where they are. It's that they're missing some pieces. And once you add those pieces, you'll then need to rebalance and bring it back under control. Like if we add a sub bass and we add a mid arpeggio and we add a high layer, we add a shaker, obviously you're going to need to restructure a couple things there to make it work. So I'm not mad at the balance that's presented here. It's just very dry and very clean and very open. And I think it needs a couple other elements to kind of bolster the production. And then from there, you can open it up a little bit more. But y'all show some love, man. Show some love. Wait, what's happening? Here? Sorry, I know I'm missing a bunch of stuff in here too, but sorry if I'm missing comments while I'm focusing on the song. But y'all, I appreciate y'all so much. Retrack, you're the man. You're the man. You're the man. I love what you do, man. Obviously, if y'all like what you hear, reach out to Retrack. He works on a ton of different genres, different styles. Really, really talented and very versatile producer. Very versatile producer. So definitely show them some love. Show them some love. We're gonna get into the next track, but man, Retrack, love and appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for sending this in. I appreciate it a lot. Y'all, please do not spam the chat. Please do not spam the chat. If you spam the chat, you will get muted. Now, I know, I'm very aware. Thank you for the follows, y'all. Appreciate it. I'm very aware that there are other live streams that tell you to spam the chat. That are like, hey, spam the chat with your song or your favorite Drake record, and we'll put it on our playlist on Spotify, and we'll play it on the live and like whatever. Like I know there's live like that exist. That's not what this is at all. Not even close. So please do not spam the chat. That is not how you are going to get your music heard. Do not request popular songs in the chat. That is not how you get heard. If you submit music that you are a part of, if you are a producer, musician, artist, vocalist, songwriter, engineer, so on and so on, or something close to that, maybe you manage or you're an agent for someone or a manager for someone, you're a label, whatever it may be, that is what this live is for. It is for those creatives. So if you are one of those people and you want to send in your music or music that you have a role in, that's what we're digging into here. All of that is at the link in my bio. So if you're on TikTok, link in my bio, you can see the free line, you can see the paid consultation line, as well as see the line, the order, and the queue and all of that stuff there. If you're on Twitch, you can type _submit. If you're on YouTube, then you can go to the description for the live stream. But let's get into it. After the song, we're going to dip into the free line. So we're going to play this next one here. We got Anything for Views by Ghouls and Ghouls. Thank you for the submission. My goodness gracious. Thank you for the love. Thank y'all for the generosity, man. I appreciate y'all more than you know. Thank you so much. Man, that means a lot. I appreciate the love. I'm the pot roast of rap. I don't know what that, I'm about to find out. I don't know what that means, but I'm about to find out. I'm about to find out what the pot roast of rap means. I don't think I've ever heard of someone describing themselves as the pot roast of rap. But let's get into after the song. We are going to quickly do one of the free lines. So if you're in the free line, definitely tap in. Definitely make sure that you are here in the chat, because we are going to be playing whatever that top song is there in the free line here in just a second. But what happens is like 12 people leave. If I go through 3 or 4 names and y'all aren't here, we're going to move straight back into it. We're going to move straight back into the consultations again. So make sure y'all stick around. Powerful Dog is the pot roast of rap. Lucas, bros, the pot roast. Let's go. All right, let's get into it. So let me know, Ghouls Anonymous. Who's Ghouls Anonymous? Half of them are BS. Who's Ghouls Anonymous? Who's the pot roast of rap? That's you? Oh, wait, is that Matt? That's Powerful Dog. That's Powerful Dog. Okay, let's get into it. But there's so many great names happening here. Ghouls Anonymous, pot roast of rap, Powerful Dog. I mean, what phenomenal marketing. Okay, let's dive into it. This is Ghouls Anonymous. Anything for views? Give me details. I got to know what's going on here. Just talk to me loosely about the role that you play in your music. That's what we're going to break down, right? So talk to me about the role that you play in your music. Talk to me about what I'm hearing as far as mix, production, all of that fun stuff. I'm a silly guy. I do silly stuff. All right, let's get into it. Anything for views by Ghouls Anonymous. Let's run it, man. I appreciate your submission, man. Thank you so much. All right, it's pulling up on SoundCloud. Give it a sec. What up? Let me know if you produce and mix this. When I was little, I would crawl in your ass and go on little adventures to hide from my dad. No, I wouldn't suck a hippo even if I wanted to, cause that is not funny or morally responsible. I spent a whole grand on TikTok reactions. Matthias, Rick Glassman. You look a little like Adam from Cumtown, baby. You look like something I would come inside, maybe. Lick the tips of my fingers and put them in your speedboat, and then I hock a loogie, spit it on your pee hole. Imagine me and Homer Simpson having sex. If you can't envision that, then I ain't made it yet. I call my girl's pussy the trench. Ayo. I'm about to go to World War III when I'm up in that bitch. I'm about to beat the ass of the Mucinex mascot. Hand me a sock or something just with a padlock. I'd look cute if I wore some boots. Did you produce this? Wearing some boots, like for real though. Like these boots are like really cool. Like these boots are like the best. They're beautiful. I fucked Wario and Missionary.
All he said was wow.
Let's go. Let's go.
It's kind of scary.
Yeah, I know.
Took him to the dungeon and I'm licking on his taint. Yo, she
Live
was
might
there,
shut
but
down
then
in a
we went
second.
to
We'll
third
see.
base.
We'll
I
see.
do not regret my actions. I will come inside this napkin.
And eat
I might pause the stream on TikTok and just play it on
Feel
Twitch.
like I just ate some spinach.
Y'all show some love. Show some love. Show, yeah, very, very. We got through it. Now we got to break. Now we got to break it down a little bit. Now we got to. Please play Frank Sinatra. We got Freak Sinatra in the building over here. Anything for views. Ghouls Anonymous. Let's. Okay, talk to me about this. We need to talk. We need to have a talk. He's a silly guy. He's a silly guy. We need to have a talk. We need to have a talk. Lean in. Chef, do not put it in the chat one more time. If you do, you'll be burned. You'll be blocked and banned. Everything's at the link in my bio. Everything's at the link in my bio. If you send it in the chat again, you'll get muted. I don't want you to get muted. I want you to be here and talk to people and get your music heard. Just stop sending in the chat, please. Okay, I'm the pot roaster rep. Yeah, talk to me. What do you want to do with this? Because there's some ways that, there's some ways. I'm just a cool, silly guy with a cool, silly style. Facts, man. Facts. And shout out to the Glassman in here as well. I heard that. I'm very interested with how you go about getting this stuff out here, because there is a world for it, as specifically and intentionally abrasive as it is, right? Obviously, you are you're aiming to be controversial. You're aiming to cut through the noise with stuff like this, which I get, right? That's valid. You're cutting through the noise, right? And in a sea of love songs, and I'm angry because my dad wasn't around songs. This cuts in, right? This cuts through a lot of noise. But I do think you have to be very strategic with how you go about marketing stuff like this, and how you go about like promoting and getting listeners and fans of this, right? Because in a world of people having an expectation of a lot of other standardized music, right, that people know and love and understand, having something like this, you've got to place people in the environment that it makes sense. Does that make sense? So like and again, I haven't seen your page, I haven't seen your marketing or anything like that. Let me see something real quick here. If y'all want to submit, it's at the link in my bio. Link in my bio. Firebird's in the building. What's up? What's up, Firebird? You're good. You're good. You're good. Okay, hold on. Let me see something here. 67 followers. Powerful dog band. Okay. 67 followers. Okay. You need to pretty dramatically. Powerful Dog is my band. Is that what this? Powerful Dog is your band. Ghouls Anonymous is a different artist, right? This is your kind of. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Step one, you need a Ghouls Anonymous page. These don't I don't know what Powerful Dog is, right? But I'm assuming they don't overlap that much. Like, this needs to live in its own space. You need to really lean into this marketing, this aesthetic, this comedic structure. Emma, thank you for the follow. This needs to be its own entity. This can't blend with anything else. This can't be watered down. And this, you know what I mean? Like, this is so specific that, like, tonight, like, non-negotiable for me tonight, you need a Ghouls Anonymous page, and it needs to be you. People need to see you. You need to talk to people. You need to show yourself doing what you're doing. Do that like tonight. When you get off this live, do that tonight. Because for me, it's a non-negotiable that what this is. Because again, a lot of people are going to hear this and be like, "Ooh, like that's not in my vein." Clutching their pearls. you know what I mean? Like that's not something I would typically listen to. And then other people are like, "Hey, dude, that's silly. It's silly. It's a silly, fun guy, right?" And that's obviously a lot of the aesthetic that you're bringing into your music and the way that you structure it. And so for you, it's all going to come down to your ability to somehow make this palatable to people when they're not expecting it, right? Obviously, in this live stream, we go from like one song to something like this, and then people are going to be like, oh, I wasn't expecting that, right? And it's going to be more abrasive to people. But I think if the expectation of what you do is really consistent, and the expectation of what you are offering as an artist, as a solo artist, as a producer, and there's an expectation, it's like Weird Al, you know what I mean? Like if there's there's another band, I can't think of the name, but Ayaz or something like that did like satirical, parody music and stuff like that. Just funny, silly guy stuff. And those people, they all in. They were like serious about the craft, which I see in you as well. I can see in you as well that you are also serious about what you do, right? This is a cool sounding production. It's a decently recorded vocal. Like you're doing a good job of actually like tracking and phrasing things well. So you care enough about the craft of it to make it sound good, right? All while being still somewhat controversial in your messaging, right? Should I post just my music on my page or post other funny stuff? I would only post anything if it's you. If it's funny stuff, it needs to be you being funny. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't like just repost other content. I wouldn't just like loosely post stuff. I think it needs to be you and your funny music. Yeah, it's like, honestly, it's like not bad. And so obviously you care enough about the craft to make that a cornerstone of what you're doing. You just have to market it in a way that people expect that. You just kind of do. You have to market it in a way. Yeah, 100%. We'll chop through some things here in a second. I think this is the bulk of what we need to talk about anyways. Like, sure, you can, raise your vocal like 3 dB in the mix so it sits on top of the production a little bit more. Boom, that part's done. We're good. But I think most of what you need is to find how you're going to get to people, right? How are you going to present this to people? Because that's going to be the key for you having any level of success with a style of music like this. You need music videos that line up with it. You know what I mean? So, anyways, I'm going to chop through a couple things here, but I'm not too worried about the production. I'm not too worried about the mix. Like I said, it's a little, vocals diving a little bit. You can push it forward a little bit. Hold on 1 second. One second. Let me see. But that's, yeah, I mean, literally tonight. And I would also say too, I mean, I see Powerful Dog and I see the image of a dog. I think this needs to be you. I mean, it's Ghouls Anonymous. Are you planning on being anonymous with this artist profile? Is that Ghouls Anonymous? Is that kind of what the plan is for that? Alex, I appreciate you so much, man. I appreciate it. Got you, Stephen. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Alex. Okay. So here's my advice, and feel free to completely ignore it because I'm not you and I don't have the desires that you have. My honest opinion, if I'm just like, let me just toss this out there. I don't think this works anonymous. I don't think it works at all. I think what people will attach to, relate to, fall in love with, think is funny, think is hilarious is the person of whatever Ghouls Anonymous is. You as a person, as a charismatic being, as a personality, as a character. I think that's that person doing this music. That's what people are going to like. That's what people are going to attach to. That's what people are going to do. I think the last thing that you can do with something like this is make it anonymous. You know what I mean? I just don't think that works as much, especially in today's day and age, right? The days of like the Sias and like the anonymous like person are largely over unless you're like Sleep Token, kind of whatever. But even then, you got to be like top of your craft, putting crazy amounts of label money behind, what you're doing. You know what I mean? To like, force you in front of people. And so like my advice would be get a page tonight. Get a page tonight, and it should be you. And you can have a stage name. It could be Ghouls something. It could be something Ghouls. It could be silly funny guy. I don't really care. Steven, thanks for the follow. It could be whatever, right? It could also just be you, or it could be an alter ego, if you will. You know, if you want this to kind of live in its own space. But I don't think this works anonymously. So I think you can. I think if you lock in and you show people what you do and you just own it. You don't hide behind it at all, and you just completely go for and say, this is what I do, and it is impalatable for a lot of people. It is abrasive and controversial for a lot of people, but I think you will get people that appreciate it. Yeah, play a character, right? It doesn't even have to be, I mean, and again, this is the same for a lot of actors, a lot of comedians, a lot of artists. It's like not really who they are. I mean, there's a lot of like really great like dancer pop artists that are like doing all this crazy stuff, and in real life, they're like shy. You know what I mean? they're like introverted and shy, and they want to be like me, who are like headphones on in a studio, like not seeing anybody, and then they're forced out in front of 60,000 people to do shows, right? The alter ego that you create, the character that you create, doesn't have to be like your truest form, right? You might be like a really like kind, gentle person. Like in real life, you're like, dude, I'm just like I'm who, I don't know anything about you, but like I'm just me. I'm maybe I'm a family man. I work as an accountant by day, and I'm just doing my thing. And this is a character I play. It's a character that I play, and this lives in its own space, and it doesn't have to encroach on anything else, right? And you can play that up. That can even be a part of your marketing, right? Like take your job and put a crazy twist on it and make it part of your character. Anyways, all of that aside, let me just chop through a couple things. Obviously, I'm going to have to skip past a lot of the structure of the song itself. But I want to listen for some of the practical mixing things just briefly, because I know you produced it, and then we'll move on. For the crowd to be yourself, for the ones close, 100%. 100%. I mean, I'm the same way in a sense where, like, for me, y'all will see me now in this chat, and I'm energetic and I'm outgoing and I'm saying hi to everyone that's coming in here. I'm offering advice. We're talking a lot, right? And I'm loud and I'm obnoxious. I'm talking with my hands and whatever, and playing keys and talking through music. As soon as I take these hands off, or take these headphones off, y'all, I'm going to shut down. I am incredibly like introverted and really get fed by like not being around people that much. And so it's like, you can definitely have like, and this is a strength of mine. I'm good at communicating, and I'm good about, being able to live stream, and it is fun and it is very engaging and stuff like that. But for me, it's like, this is not like my natural state. You know what I mean? This is not something that necessarily like feeds me and fuels me like some other people. And so that's perfectly fine for you too. It's like, man, I have this alter ego. I have this character that I play, and they're obnoxious. You know what I mean? They're gross, and they're obnoxious, and they're like over sexualized, and they're all of these things. And then there's me, and I'm maybe a little bit more tame, but I have this character, and this character lives in its own space. So get it, make it you. Get your page tonight, and that way your band isn't encroaching on this. This isn't like tainting the structure of the band or whatever it may be, right? Your personal pages and things like that. Let it live in its own world and go all in on that world. I think you'll be I think you'll be good. Like Goku, force yourself into ultra instincts. Yeah, no, literally is I can. It is what it is. To me, it's not like, thank you so much for the hand heart. I appreciate that a lot, Dre. And to me, what's interesting about having like a character like that is like, this isn't fake to me. Like, I don't know, it's a weird thing. Personalities are a weird thing, right? Like me engaging like this, maybe it's different because I'm not sitting in a room of 30 people where I would be communicating like this. Like, I am still, even though I'm talking to 30 people or whatever, I still am sitting in my dark studio with a camera in front of me. You know what I mean? So maybe I still feel like safe enough and like isolated enough that it makes it easier for me to communicate with this much energy. But anyways, let's chop through just a couple practical things just in case. Most of what I heard I thought sounded really good. So I'll chop through a couple seconds of the song really briefly, and then we'll move on to the next one. But man, show some love. It's interesting. I wasn't expecting that. I didn't know what pot roast meant, but I'm interested in what you're doing, and I think you can dial this in as a personality. You'll be in a good spot. Like this production.
What up?
I don't mind it.
If I was a worm and I was little, I would crawl in your ass.
That's true.
Adventures to hide from my dad. No, I wouldn't suck a hip.
Okay, two things really briefly. D12 sound. There two things really briefly. I would. You have obviously multiple stages of compression on your vocal. It's really, really suppressed. Don't mind that. It's typical to have a very punchy, very squished sound for a vocal in this genre, especially. You're going to get a little bit more of that. I wish you could let it breathe just a hair. So if you do have, I'm assuming you have multiple stages, let's say 2 or 3, maybe like a multi-band and 2 other compressors or something like that, right? If you do have 2 or 3 stages of compression, I would definitely take like maybe your second stage if you have like a faster, slower, take maybe the slower release one and open up your threshold just a hair. Give yourself like another 3 dB of dynamic range and a little bit of breathing room. Right now it's so squished down that every breath and every like background noise in between is like, it like swells up in between a couple of the lines right there. And I think we can let that settle a little bit and let a little bit more of the natural dynamic range of your vocal come out. It's super, super squashed right now. I don't mind. Again, it's a fairly typical sound in the genre, but I think we can polish it a little bit. Let it breathe just a hair. Still very compressed, still 2 or 3 stages, but a little bit less squashed and just like controlled, right? Because you're not competing with anything, man. You got 4 instruments on here. You're not competing with anything, so you can allow that vocal to breathe a little bit more, and it'll still sound very controlled and very natural. So raise that threshold, let's say 3 or 4 dB or so. Let it breathe on maybe some of your secondary stages, and you might need to adjust sequential stages after that in order to open it up a little bit more. Once you adjust one, you might have to adjust other things. Keep that in mind. You might want to repolish that vocal. And then if that, for one, that'll let your vocal pop out of the mix a little bit more. It'll bump up another couple dB just by default of it opening up a bit more. But if it doesn't give you enough headroom, then I would just bump it another couple dB, right? So let's say you loosen that threshold a hair, you get a little bit more punch out of it, and then maybe raise that vocal another 2 or 3 dB in the mix after you adjust compression and your makeup gains to let that vocal sit at the top of the mix. I think if you do that, that's the same in 1 second of the song as the whole, because the production largely doesn't change and your vocal structure is largely the same throughout most of the song. But as far as like balance of EQ and stuff like that, I think you're doing a pretty good job, man. There's nothing incredibly abrasive as far as the way everything else sounds in it. Most of the quality is really good, but we're bringing up some nasty low end information there by over compressing and over suppressing some of the energy at the top of the mix there as well. But man, y'all show some up. That was very interesting. Very interesting. I wasn't expecting that. So I'm happy to help in any way, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you sending that in. Thank you so much for your generosity. I appreciate that a lot, man. I think there's 1,000,000% a lane for this, right? So even though it's crazy, like people hop into life are like, oh my God, what are we listening to? It can be, this is very wrong in the wrong environment, but you find the right audience, you find the right environment, and this stuff goes crazy. This stuff goes crazy. To be honest with you, this stuff goes crazy on platforms that are more likely to find stuff like this, like YouTube. To be honest with you, I would go crazy on YouTube. Shorts like crazy on YouTube, like go nuts on YouTube. Full length stuff, full production breakdowns, full like music videos, secondary music videos, like go crazy on YouTube. Go crazy on YouTube. This is where stuff like that lives, man. That's where a lot of like Eves and Weird Al and stuff like that. A lot of Facebook too. A lot of those platforms, for one, looser regulations on the language that you're using and stuff like that. That TikTok might be like, this isn't safe for people to hear because TikTok is awesome. We love you, TikTok, kind of, but they're also incredibly limited with what they allow and how they push stuff, especially if it has more abrasive language attached to it. And so that's why I would go crazy on the platforms that people are more likely to search and find stuff like this, especially if you're creating music videos, even if it's just like iPhone stuff. But man, y'all show some up. Let's keep it moving. Keep it moving. All right, we gotta dip into the free line for a second. Then we're gonna keep it rolling. We got a bunch more music we gotta get to today. Forever Frost in the building. Forever Frost, love and appreciate you. Thank you so much, Death Valley. Appreciate you, Jackson. Y'all are amazing, man. Thank y'all so much for the love today. Let me see how much I got in here. I need to. So we got, 9 there, 3. Okay, I am going to close up the line to new submissions in a second. You can still get heard. We're going to still dip into the free line. We're going to still go through as many of these as we possibly can. We're gonna keep things rolling here for a while. But Alex, thank you so much for the live rank. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you for the gifts. But I'm going to close it to new submissions after this song. So we're dipping into the free line for a second here. We are dipping into the free line. Turn 2 in the building. I'm going to give each of y'all 10 seconds to answer. And if you don't, we're moving to the next one. Maybe not even 10 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Alex, thank you for the cap too. Sorry, the cap one came in late. Thank you for the cap. I appreciate it. Alex, thank you so much for the gifts, man. I appreciate that a lot. All right, turn 2 is out of here. Bookus. Is Bookus in here? Lucas, is that Bookus? Calcified, is that you? Is that you? Did we find someone at the top of the list this early on? Let's go. Just go for advice on mixing, and if it sounds good, basically. Okay. Calcified is you? Just confirming because I want to make sure it's the right person. I make it all myself at home. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, this is Calcified by Bookus. Quick reminder, if you're in the free line, we'll listen to up to 2 minutes of the song and give it a quick note at the end. But let's get it. This is Calcified by Bookus. It is out on all platforms. That means I need y'all to go stream it, go like it, go follow on Spotify, go add it to your playlist, go run up the numbers, go show them some love and support. This song is officially released. This was all done by Lucas Brown. Let's dive in. Yeah, you're coming up. You're coming up. This is quick. It's like 2 minutes. Hold on. Don't open that up. Don't open that up over here. Alex, thank you so much for the roses. All right. This is a quick spin. It's a quick spin. And then Forever Frost, you're up. You're up.
I can't tell if I'm an addict or in love with you, cause I think that you hate me, and that makes me wanna hate me too. It's been so long since those days. Nothing's changing in my runway haze. Though I'm out the ringer, I'm insecure. There's only one way to get over you, and I don't know what for. There's no one to run from. Really wanna rock and it's my fault you're all gone.
Ready and not, gotta rock and roll.
Cool production, man. I like the production a lot.
Ready and not, I met you, everything stopped. Bought some cosmic cards, I felt my seat getting hot. But when's the other shoe gonna drop? You see me for who I am and forget me. Nah, my fault we got introduced. But when I breathe the same air as you, it feels so wrong, the world's in two. But I'm into you, I'm into you.
Y'all show some love, man. Show some love. All right, that is Calcified by Bookus. Bookus, thank you so much for sending this in. I appreciate that a lot. Okay, one of the things really quick that I want you to focus on, and then we're going to move back. Forrest, I got you. I appreciate you so much for your patience as well. The thing I want you to focus on the most, now obviously this is a 5.5 minute song. Right? So that's a long song. So I'm assuming I'm going to really want you to focus on structure as well. But the thing I want you to focus the most on is panning and positioning. Panning and positioning for me, you have a lot happening in mono right in the middle of the mix that are stepping on each other's toes EQ-wise and panning-wise. I want you to focus on learning potentially like mid-side processing to get some of the stuff out of the way and panning and offsetting other elements within your mix so you can start to open this up again. Otherwise, you have like 80% of the mix right here in the middle and then like a really wide bass and like a sample in the background, and all of these elements in the middle are all kind of running into each other and making it feel obviously more mid-forward, more harsh, and then also just muddier there where it's harder to distinguish and the mix doesn't feel as wide. Focus on panning and positioning. Maybe let's learn some mid-side to open that up a little bit, and you'll be on the right track, man. 100%, man. Show some love. Show some love. Calcified by Bookus. Let's keep the music going. Alex, thank you so much for the heartbeat. I appreciate that a lot. We are going to officially, I like the style. I mean, the production's dope. Production's dope, by the way. I think you said you produced all of that. Sundry's in the building. What's up, Sundry? Welcome in. We're going to go ahead and close up the line to new submissions. If you are in this line in any way, whether the free line or the consultation line, you still have a very, very, very high chance of getting heard. So we're going to get through as many songs as we can today. We're going to be moving and grooving. So let's keep it rolling here. I'm just not going to take any new submissions because we have like well over 40 submissions. So I'm gonna lock it up right there. But if you're here and you're in line, we're still going to be, maybe I will be on stream tomorrow. Maybe. Shoot. We'll see if we can get it set it up. Side panning and mid, what is it? Mid-side. Look up mid-side EQ. And that's what I want you to focus on. That'll be a huge help. Without getting too much into the details of what that entails and stuff like that, that's what I would focus on. All right, we're back in consultation lane. Consultation Lane. Let's go. Forever Frost in the building. Put on the mask. The song is about putting on that fake face and pretending the hurt isn't there, masking emotion instead of dealing with it. Just honest thoughts and criticism. All right, let's get into it, man. Appreciate you, Lucas. Thank you so much for tapping in. Mod, this camera quality is insane. Thank you, Mod. Shout out to the Canon C100 Mark II cinema camera. I love it. Okay, let's dive in. Forever Frost. I think I've heard a song of yours before. Remind me really quick. Sundry, thank you so much for the love you so much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you for your generosity. And Alex, thank you so much for the gifts as well. I see all those roses as well, man. I appreciate that. That means a lot. Blueberry Muffin just hopped in the chat. That's making me hungry as hell. That's Brody, you're Forever Frost? Are you? Just so I know, because I see a lot of different names. I want to make sure I get it. Okay, cool. Okay, the name seems super familiar, but if it's not, let's assume I haven't. Maybe I have, but let's assume I haven't. Talk to me about the role that you play in your music. So talk to me about production, about mix, about vocal structure, songwriting, stuff like that. Let me know what I'm hearing that is you or connected to you in some way. Give me some details there. Okay, let's run it, man. Put on the mask. Forever Frost. Beautiful. Okay, cool. Nice. Who mixed this? It's a pretty nice mix. Yeah, Drake. Yeah, it's a nice mix. These double tracks are beautiful. Thank you for the harmony. Appreciate it. Any genre. Great riffs. Alright, y'all, line officially closed. We're still listening to music for a while, though. It's just a big line today. Woo, that's clean. Clean. Voice is crazy, man. Voice is fantastic. Guitar tone so good. Come on. Architects, I got you. Appreciate you. Wake up. Fabulous. Fabulous, fabulous. So good. I love the mix. I love the performance. Pocket. I'm choking. I'm emotional. Pocket on the drums. Excellent. Vocal confidence and performance and emoting. Fabulous. Structure. Guitar structure. Beautiful. Tone. Fantastic. Soloing. Crystal clear and transparent in the mix. It's great. This is awesome. This is a great representation of this style of music. Y'all are doing a great job, man. Definitely far better in quality than the 23 monthly listeners would suggest. Really, really well done. Let's dive into a couple things here, man, that y'all are doing really well. We'd love to showcase and talk through some of the details of what y'all are doing. But man, very talented across the board, man. Your vocal control, I think, is fantastic. The structure is awesome. Double tracking on the electrics is beautiful. Again, that solo is crystal clean. That part of the mix right there, positioning in the mix right there, very, very, very well done and well positioned. It's awesome. So let's get into it. Let's talk through a couple details and then we'll keep it rolling. We got a lot more music to listen to still. Death Valley Driver, I got you. I appreciate you so much. Architects, I see you. Jackson, I see you. AkunoGarden, I see you as well. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate y'all tapping in today. I appreciate the support. Let's get into this, man. Let's dive into it. We'll talk through a couple things. Here's what I'll say. Let me see. I'm looking at the Spotify here really quick too. How are you doing your what do you call it? Your artwork right now? Like let me go to the album page here too, because y'all do have an EP. So y'all go check out their EP as well. They do have a full EP that is out on platforms. 6 songs. If it's anything like this, it's going to be fantastic. Chef in the building. What's up, Chef? Okay, let's dive into it. Recite the relapse. That is a painting that we got digital. Okay, that's dope. I would love to see more. Where's the artist page? Let's go to the artist page here. Okay, so just a couple things. I would love to see more of the band. That's the reason why I asked is like you have one square picture on the artist profile, and then no banner photo. I would definitely suggest people, when you're a band, people want to see bands. Punkstar, thank you for the follow. That was the reason why I was curious about the artwork. I was like, what are y'all doing for the artwork? Because it could be beneficial to have some more band stuff. Take some time at one point, get someone who's decent with an iPhone, dude. Anyone that has like an iPhone better than like a 14 or a 15, they can put it in portrait mode without ruining anything. Get someone with a camera or an iPhone and take some band. Just get a blank white brick wall on the side of some building downtown, wherever y'all are, and get some band pictures. Get some cheap, basic band pictures. Like band pictures don't need to be super polished, right? Those can be grungy as the band is, right? Those don't need to be incredibly polished. Working on socials and stuff, but especially on Spotify. I'm talking on Spotify specifically. So when people go to your page, they just know there's an expectation of what they are getting into, right? Where they're like, oh, I am supporting a band, and this band is in Vancouver, and they do this, and they like this, and they're referenced from these artists, and they have been doing this for this long, and this is what they love, and this is where they're at, whatever. All the listing stuff that you do and you're about, right? The 1,500 characters that you get there on Spotify. I would definitely I would definitely make sure that you have a band photo that has all of All Clear as your banner, something as your profile picture as well. So I know right now it is defaulted to the Execrate, I think, is the default that it has of there as your most recent release off of that. Your most popular song. That logo right there, I guess, for Forever Frost is its default right there. Get a good profile and get a good banner on there so that people are like, man, we are going in and we are watching a band. Like this, they're listening to a band. This is what we're going for. The more clear you are with your branding and stuff like that, the better. The better you're going to do with stuff like that. All right, let's get into the song though. Let's get into the song, man. Let's run it from the top. Their picture on their About for Artists is them going crazy live. So I'm going to assume that they can get pretty damn close to this live, based on what I'm hearing here. There's nothing crazy about it. I mean, double tracks over a single track, drum structure. You can do a lot of this live. Based on what I'm hearing, there shouldn't be too many issues doing something similar to this live. It should be pretty energetic. All right, let's get it, man. Let's run it from the top. Put on the mask, Forever Frost. Y'all are killer, man. Amazing. Pocket control is nuts. I mean, from bass, double track on the guitars, harmonies on the lead, the blast beats, the movement on the drums, all of that is so locked in. Pocket is there. It's so well done. Tight. And good clarity. Huge sound, good clarity out of the lead. Nasty. Great clarity, man. Great clarity. So, I mean, you have this wall of sound. You have all of this energy, powerful double tracks, great harmony structure, powerful lead, tons of energy behind the drum structure. They're very wide. They're very open. Excuse me. Everything is incredibly powerful and distinct. Still great clarity. I can hear every single individual thing that's going on. It's not just muddy noise to be noise. It is, excuse me, powerful and it's well established. But I hear everything. I can pick apart the different, guitar portions in here. You can hear the layers in the scream, whether it's like low, more gutturals or high fries. Like you have all of this great layering and texture in there. Great clarity for all of those things. Every single element I can distinguish in the mix clearly, man. That's really nice. And it's not easy to do, especially when you're going for a very high energy, genre, very high noise, high busyness, genre and stylistic choices that y'all are making. It's great, man. People send them in, but I don't prefer it. How many guitars do you have? Crazy. Yeah, y'all are crushing it. Let me get into this next section here, man. This is very high quality. Great job, man. Great job. Oh, we gotta hear the solo. 2 guitars, 1 bass. Okay. Crystal clear. That's what the one thing that I was curious about live was if you had the ability to get the double tracking / Zach, thank you for the heart me, double tracking on those guitars on the rhythms where you need it, as well as having the rhythm and then being able to carry the lead over the top. The fact that you're still able to do all of that, live because you do have the 2 guitars is fantastic. Oh, that makes me happy. I haven't seen your page, but I would love to see some videos of y'all doing some stuff live. That's amazing. Scatterbrains, thank you for the roses. I appreciate it. We do have 2 guitar players that took over vocals when our old vocalist quit. Is this you? Is this you on the vocals here though? Thank you, Zach. I appreciate you tapping in. We do have 2 music videos on YouTube. We got to check them out. J-Mac, welcome back in. This is you. Okay, yeah. I was curious after you said that if this was the old vocalist or if this is you. Dude, you're a monster. Absolute monster. It just popped up the name again. Woo, come on. Okay, nice. Got you. Nasty. Man, y'all are fantastic. It's so good. I can't wait to hear more from y'all. Beautiful structure. Everybody, this is the thing with the band, man. Nearly every band, especially in early stages, low level. I mean, you have 23 monthly listeners. With 23 monthly listeners, you never know if you're going to hear like Dog S or someone like this, right? You never know. And most people with 23 monthly listeners, there's a lot of weak links. And as far as like the band structure goes, it's like the drums need a lot of work. They're mixing their own drums for the first time. They've never really done it before, so they're trying to do it themselves. They can't afford an engineer or whatever's happening, right? Or like someone who like just started playing another instrument and someone who just started singing, but they're trying to mix their own vocals. Like there's no weak links here. Everybody here is executing at a really high level. I mean, the guitar tone is dialed in. Drums are snappy and bright and crisp. Vocals are executed with emotion and they're clean and they're clear in the middle of the mix. The mix itself, the balance of the mix itself, I think is done wonderfully. I think it's fantastic. There's a lot about this that is really, really, really well done. Really, really, really well done. Our drummer is a monster. He's so talented. All of y'all, man. That's what I'm saying. Is like, I'm listening to this whole structure and I'm listening to all the nuances of it. And it's like, there's not a piece of this that's like falling behind. It's not like your bassist is shredding and your drummer's like way out of the pocket. It's like, no, y'all are locked in, man. You're doing your thing. Let me get into the last section of the song. Close means you will not receive more songs. Correct. We already have almost 50 songs in the line right now. And I'm going to get to as many of at least Consultation side as I possibly can while still getting into some of the free line as well. But yeah, it's closed because otherwise it's too crazy, man. Hard work is key. Facts. I mean, there's no way around it. This level of quality and this level of musicianship is not an accident, although people want it to be sometimes. It is not an accident. This takes time. It takes time. It takes years of working at your craft, man. Amazing. Let's get into the last section here. Y'all, we are closed, but we're going to be live again tomorrow. Nice. Killer. So good, man. It's so good. Y'all, please give it up for Forever Frost. Brodier, same thing that I told the last person. You need a page tonight. If you don't have, maybe you already have a page, it's not executing on it yet, whatever. No waiting around. Forever Frost has a page tonight. There's no reason to put it off. Forever Frost has a page tonight, even if there's nothing on it. If anything else, if nothing else, get a forever. I can't say it. Forever Frost. It's a tongue twister. Thank you for the follow. Forever Frost TikTok page and everything else, so on and so on. Make sure you have a page and get on Canva, get free. I know you might already have a lot of the stuff. Get on Canva and literally say band page coming soon and slap it on there. Get a page, get a place where people can go and follow you and show you support, right? No more like, get the content later, but give people a place to support you. Get people a place to start, following some of your stuff. And then you randomly do a band rehearsal. You throw it up on your stories. You go live on Instagram or you go live on TikTok while you're all practicing some stuff or you're setting up for a show. One of the members can kind of carry it. Like, just start getting stuff there, right? You don't have to have formulated content. You don't have to have full music videos yet or anything like that. Literally just create the page tonight. No more waiting around for it. Create the page tonight. A black screen that says band page coming soon. Boom. Done. Like, get it there. Like, get it in front of people so that the 30 to 40 people that were loving your music as we were going through the live can have a place to go to. And then by the time you start creating content, you start, getting more music out there, so on and so on. There's a place for that stuff to live and for you to promote it, so on and so on. Don't put it off. Don't put it off, because there's so many people here like, I would love to, but they don't care about Brodier. Brodier might be awesome. We love Brodier and whatever, but no one, very few people are going to want to go to that. So they'll just probably forget. Right? Like they'll leave this live and be like, that was such a good song. Hopefully they went and found it. Hopefully they went and found it on Spotify and you know, other DSPs and stuff like that. But odds are, since there was not a place to connect immediately, the next song will come on, the next live stream they swipe to, whatever, and people move on so fast. I would hate that for y'all. So yeah, lock it in, man. Lock it in, man. Because it's worth it. Y'all are so worth doing that. Spend 5 minutes on it tonight. Get a blank picture up there with the saying that the band's coming soon, whatever. And then you'll, even if you have stuff out, and then and get people to follow. All right, let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. DDF Production does album covers. Let's go. Make it right now. I'm telling you. Selfishly, like I wish I had something to follow. You know what I mean? Like, and I wish everyone here did too, right? So I know I'm hammering home on that a little bit, but yeah. Drop it. Make it happen. Y'all please show some love to Forever Frost. I appreciate y'all so much, man. Amazing job. We got Death Valley Driver in the building. Death Valley Driver. We got Blood Feud in here. Talk to me through what we are about to listen to. Hop in the chat. Let me know who you are. Thank you so much as well for your submission, your generosity. Let's go. Thank you so much for the follows, y'all. I appreciate it. I'm going to pull this up on YouTube. Give me 1 sec. Boom. All right, let me know where you're at. J-Mac, that's you? Death Valley Driver's you? OG vibing in the building. What's up? All right, let's go, J-Mac. J-Mac, appreciate your patience. Thank you so much, man, for tapping in today. Appreciate it a lot. This is Death Valley Driver, Blood Feud. Let's go. So Death Valley Driver is the artist name, right? That's the artist name, and Blood Feud is the name of the song. It does look like this is out, as far as I'm aware. I think I'm watching the music video for it, if I'm not mistaken. So let's get into it. J-Mac, you know the deal. Band. Okay, cool. You know that. Yeah, drop all the details. Band, let me know who J-Mac drums. I can use context clues and assume you're the drummer for the band. But yeah, talk me through kind of what I'm listening to, some of the structure of what we're listening to right here. Les, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it, but let's get into it. Death Valley Driver, the song is Blood Feud. I'm pretty sure it's out on all platforms, of course, confirm. Go stream it, go like it, go add it to your playlist, go support them, go follow on DSPs, and of course, follow J-Mac Drums right here in the chat as well. Thank you for the follow, Kay. I appreciate it. All right, let's run it. I got the music video here. Y'all go check it out as well. Same names. Old works of ours. It's everywhere. We want to re-record soon. Beautiful. Cool. Love me a cranked the hell up snare. That's great. It's tight. It's ringy. Let's go. Fire. How old is this? 13 years? This is 13 years old? Yeah, y'all gotta re-record. This is already cool. Structurally, dynamically, it's already cool, but y'all gotta re-record this. Y'all can do so much better. I know you can. If this is 13 years ago, is it still the same band? Is it still the same band altogether? Good breakdowns. New guitar player. Okay, cool. But still, obviously, you on drums and lead vocal. Y'all making me, the whole video is y'all working out. It's making me, I already worked out today, but I feel like I need to go work out again. I already hit the gym. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Come on. We're closed for today, but we're going to be live again tomorrow, so definitely follow. Make sure you're tapped in. Fire. Band is tight, man. Upgrading some like separation and clarity would be awesome, but like the structure, the dynamics, so good, so good, so good. Y'all show some love. Death Valley Driver, Blood Feud in the building. Show them, excuse me, show them some love and support. Go stream the song. Go add it to your playlist. Go show it some love and support. This is 13 years old, man. 13 years old, I think, from an old album of yours. It seems like. Man, if this is what y'all are doing 13 years ago, if y'all are able to retrack some of this, regain a little bit of like just separation and clarity, similar to like what we were talking about with the last record, right? Where it's like, I want the wall, I want the energy, I want it noisy, I want it distorted, I want everything cranked awesome, but I also still want to be able to distinguish, you know, with a bit better clarity and separation. And this song specifically in like the low mids, like low end of the double tracked rhythms, kick, drum, bass, and kind of where all of that sits together, even low end of the vocal as it presents itself. A little bit better clarity there, man. The dynamics are there. The actual musicianship there is great. We won a battle of the bands that year in our area for a contest. Dude, let's go. I mean, yeah, y'all are obviously so talented. The talent, the execution skill there, not in question for a second. Man, if you get a chance, we open for Metallica as a prize. Come on. Crazy. Dude, congrats on that. That's amazing. It's amazing. I mean, yeah, you just take some of that. Take some of that. I mean, I know that was a long time ago, but like take some of that momentum, take some of that, like, you know, your potential. Like, you know that y'all's potential to be able to execute at obviously a very high level instrumentally and vocally. Man, it's time to put in the work. And as everyone has said, if you don't already have a band page, I mean, that is the underlying theme of the day. Get a band page if you don't have it already. Let people know where they can find y'all. Obviously, it's still very valid and viable to have, you know, individual instrumental pages as well. It's like as a drummer, as a vocalist, as a, you know, session player, whatever it may be, right? But definitely make sure that there's a band page. Make sure that have these modernized, I guess. Yeah, dude, 100%. Let's get into it. Let's talk through a couple things here. But man, amazing job. Yeah, modern recordings. We can open up those drums a lot. Yeah, get a band page. I mean, how many? Probably what? 4 out of 6 people, you know, on the consultation side that we've heard today don't have artist pages or band pages or you know, solo pages for what they're doing, and everyone's like, where can I find this? You know, like where can we go to look to look this up? And then there's just nowhere to go. Get people something that they can support. People are more willing to support than I think people assume, and give them something. Give them something to dig into. But let's run it from the top, man. Let's dive into a couple details here. We can point some of this in the right direction. But man, great record, high energy, executed well. Lots of stuff on iTunes and Spotify. Let's go, man. Amazing. Jackson's crazy. Because like specifically here, you'll love hearing this. Maybe the other band would, but in specifically here, it's like I really want more out of the drums. So like what you're doing, I mean, quick double kicks. You have a lot of great movement there. I love the drummer's perspective panning, so the movement there is fantastic as well. You're doing a lot of great stuff. I'm not mad at what I'm hearing, specifically on the drum side as well. But for me, I want like more transients. I want a little bit more attack, and I want a little bit more out of the middle of the mix. And right now, it feels very mid-suppressed. So like some of the mids are really taken out. And then maybe in order to compensate for that, there's like a little bit more low end, but that's some of where the mud is that we're talking about, where like low end of the rhythm guitars, kick drum itself has a lot of thud to it, and less of like the sharpness and attack that, for one, I would love to hear in this style, because it'll just slice through these heavy lower chugs and stuff like that. It'll really, really cut through. So I would love to hear a little bit more attack out of the kick, which I don't even necessarily think is on what you're using or what's, tuning or being played. It sounds like it's just kind of suppressed. So there's a lot of like low sub buildup, it feels like 100 hertz and below, and then the mids have been kind of carved. So I would love to get a little bit more of that energy out of the middle of the drums, so that it can attack and it can slice through and it can feel bright and powerful, just as much as we're getting that heaviness out of the guitars, because those drums really have to compete sharpness wise with a lot of energy out of those guitars. Yeah, man, it's a lot of how it was recorded. We did this ourselves, dude. There's nothing wrong with that, man. And I'll also be honest too that there is something like endearing about that as well. Like, I don't necessarily want this to be too polished. I want things to cut. All right. I want separation. I want balance. Sure. But I don't want it to be like, this is not a Sleep Token record, right? Like, this is not supposed to be like really like shimmery, you know what I mean? Like, and polished. This should be pretty grungy, and it should be pretty dirty. So I still want to maintain some of that. And to be honest, sometimes strategically, I will use worse things for that purpose, right? Like, as much as I love sometimes using like a high-end tube microphone or whatever, sometimes I use the cheapest thing I can find. Like, sometimes I'm running into like nice preamps, and then sometimes I like this little thing back here. You can't see it. Or yeah. This little guy right here. This little thing. That's like a 30-year-old vintage Radio Shack like DJ mixer. But if you like run a terrible guitar into that terrible mixer, crank it as loud as it'll possibly go, and then dial back the output master on it, it has like some really terrible delay. Everything's terrible. I love it. Sometimes the lower fidelity element within a song is actually what gives it some like nuance and gives it some like feeling and some emotion and some humanity. So I wouldn't stray too far from feeling like, okay, like now we need to record with like 251s on the vocal and like a DW collector series or something like that. Like, I think you can still utilize some things and just make sure that in the process of like setting it all up, that you are capturing more of the tone that you want, so you're not relying so much on the mix. If you're capturing like the heads and the tuning and positioning and like the mic placement and stuff in the room and all of that as close to what you're wanting as possible, then the mix is very secondary to the capture. That's what I would put a lot of your focus on that capture process. Even if it's crappy, even if you got like 4 mics and it's like a 57 and a 52 on the kick and a couple random overheads, like cheap Samsung overheads or something like that, like do your thing with it, man. Do your thing with it. Okay, let's keep it rolling here. Anyways, I say all that to say, don't think the highest quality gear is necessarily always the right thing for the job. Sometimes it is, but what's up, Tuba? Welcome in. Good to see you. Yeah, because I think part of what we're experiencing here in the drums, and again, you know all this already, so I'm just trying to put some language to it, so maybe it's something you can direct your attention towards if/when you're able to re-record a few things. But what you're experiencing a little bit now, I do a Pantera tribute with this singer now for a couple. Dude, that's awesome. Dude, that's killer. I love that. That's so fun, man. I love that, for one, that y'all been able to do that for 13. I mean, how many people, like even modern like big bands that don't stay together long? Some do. I mean, there's obviously some bands that, largely stay together for like 40 years or whatever, but like for like, especially for like a more like underground band for the most part, right? A more underground band to stay together, largely speaking, outside of, a guitarist, but for 13, 14 years, that's impressive, man. That is definitely something to be impressed by and to be proud of, man. That's amazing. But one of the things you'll experience like on the drum mix here, again, part of it because of process and gear and like whatever, is the removal of the drums from the mix. So part of what we're experiencing here is just kind of a separation from, so like the cymbals and like the overheads and some of the drum structure feels like they're 15 feet away from you as opposed to right here in the room and right here in the environment that you're listening in. And so I think some of that is just a tracking environment, like you already mentioned, which I don't want to completely do away with, but tracking environment, positioning of microphones, stuff like that, right? I think a slightly closer mix on maybe just a slight bias towards direct versus room. Like it could just be little things like that, like more direct as far as miking goes and bleed into overheads, and then a little bit less room. 8850 now for streaming. It sounds better than this now. Yeah, those are great, man. I know when I was in Dallas, my wife and I were in Dallas for 2.5 years and I had a studio up there. When I was there was a guy who had a studio next door to me, and he used one of those. He was a jazz player, but he used those with his jazz band. And he could just like flip of a switch and tap a button. He was like on a different kit, and he just didn't have to like really trigger that much, and it allowed him to do some like really basic recording, some really basic live stuff at venues, and like polish the kit. Now he had a recording custom, so I mean, he really didn't need Yamaha. He didn't really need to do that much to polish that kit. It sounded pretty damn awesome on its own. But if he just needed to like switch the vibe up and like switch the energy and have that kind of triggered feel with a bit more control, he could do it pretty easily with those. And I've thought about those. I just got a new kit in here, so I'm probably not gonna do it for a while. I thought about getting one of those just to mess around with like creating some different tones and being more specific on like very particular sessions and stuff like that. But for now I won't. But I used his a couple times, and I was like, this thing works, man. It does the trick of like bridging the gap to some of the digital processing and give you some different tones. It's pretty impressive piece of kit for what it does. Do you live stream playing drums? I need to try it out. Nice, dude. I gotta check it out. Let me make sure if I'm not already, let me make sure I'm following you. Boom, got you. Oh, sick. You're on Twitch. Hell yeah. Awesome, dude. Dude, I love that. Dude, you have no idea. Talking shop for just a moment as well. I mean, one of the things that I talk about with people all the time is like, because one of the things that people ask me constantly is like how to get business as a musician, how to get business as an engineer and a producer, like whatever. And I tell people all the time that, quite literally, nothing happens if you don't tell people that you exist, right? That's like marketing 101. You have to exist to people. You got to present yourself to people. Live streaming and posting content, even if you don't have followers, is the fastest way to build a music business that is, somewhat financially viable, even if you don't have 50,000 followers, 100,000 followers. Like, you really do not need much. Every single time that I post, I get business. And it's not like all these crazy, huge, built up, like high credit, sessions and stuff like that. It's like you go to my page and you'll see a bunch of videos that like don't have a lot of views, but like every single time that I post me like playing the Juno, without fail, there's at least one person in my DM saying like, hey, I would love for you to track synth to my song. Without fail. And it's like every time that I post me like playing drums or like post me playing a guitar, like there's someone in my DMs that's just like, hey, I have an R&B record coming up. We really want a real guitar solo. Will you play on it? And they hire me as a session musician on it. Like nothing beats showing people what you do. And so I love that you're streaming now, because if you position yourself right, and even beyond like what you're doing for like streaming, you have no idea how much business you can get just as a maybe you already work as a session musician. I don't know. But like as a session musician, as a drummer, just posting you playing drums and posting that because people just want to know, right? Like you could post like cooking videos all day, every day, but then the day you say like, I am a chef that you can hire, then people are like, oh, I didn't even know. I had no clue I could actually get your thing, right? Same thing like with what I do and with what you do. Like there's so many people where like, even though I say all the time, like I'm full-time as an engineer, producer, and musician, it's awesome. I love it. Sometimes people don't know unless you're like, hey, you could hire me to play synths on your track. And then people are like, oh, yeah, of course. How much is it? And they let me know. And a couple of people say it. So I get hired a lot locally to fill in for drummers. Dude, beautiful. But remote is great. If you could, I don't know if you have all the tools right now to to track remotely and like run and do premixes for your drums and stuff like that, or like track out stems. I'm sure you do, but even if you don't, I would get that set up because I work completely remote, man. I'm just telling you now, business to business. Like I work completely remotely. This is my production studio that I've built out, and I'm the only one in here, and these are all my toys, and people can hire me for any instrument and I'll play all of them. And it allows me to have a business in music. And so I would highly recommend, man, get set up to be able to track remotely if you can already, and get sessions in and hop on calls with people to, track over their songs with references and stuff like that. Dude, get that set up because you just never know, man. You never know. Like literally you just randomly some days, like some guy comes in and is like, hey, I'll pay you $600 to track metal drums on my song. Like I'm an artist and I'm a great guitarist, but I don't have a band, but I still want to release in studio and post content. I'm not going to be touring. I'm not going to be doing anything live, but I want real drums and I can't, and I don't want to go to Fiverr and have some non-connection with someone. Can we hop on like Discord calls and you can pipe in the audio and we'll do some stuff live there. Like there's so many things you can do. Anyways, side note there, I'm just very happy that you're streaming because there is, I have a full studio set up in my semi truck. Yo, is it strip? That's crazy. What do you mean? I gotta go to your page later and see what the heck that means. That's crazy. You have a studio in a semi truck? That's nuts. Anyways, there's nothing that makes me happier than to see musicians win. So if you're a musician in here and you're like, dude, I just wish I could do like some more on the business side, like whatever. Nothing makes me happier than y'all getting more out of what you're doing. So if you're a drummer, you should be doing, do local gigs, do drum mixing for people, do live streaming, playing drums. When you're doing a session for an artist locally, live stream the session and stream it in, because then you'll get other people that want to hire you locally. Like, get sessions, do remote sessions, dude. And before you know it, you're like a full-time, I don't know what else you're like a full-time drummer. You're making a couple grand a month, literally doing the thing that you love more than anything. Like, dude, it's the dream. It's the best. It can also be stressful and volatile and all of those things, et cetera, et cetera. But, obviously if you can boost your business doing what you're doing, dude, fantastic. Okay, let's keep it rolling. I love what y'all are doing, man. I love what y'all are doing. Yeah. It's strip or stripe, strip or stripe. One of those, strip or stripe, either one. That's the one who has the semi, not J-Mac. If he's like, that'd be cool. I mean, to just have a full drum studio in a semi truck and just go across the country doing live gigs, that'd be killer. Tide, thank you for the harmony. I appreciate it. No, any style. It just so happens that the last couple songs have been metal tracks or heavier tracks, but it's all styles, all genres. I'm sure we're about to get into something completely different. I want to show truckers that it's possible to play music while running a song. Dude, that's amazing. Dude, that's killer. I mean, that's such great content. Dude, if you started live streaming, you might already be doing this, but if you started live streaming, not while you're driving, but if you started live streaming like studio sessions, like from a semi, that's crazy. And you just had a big like LED sign in the back that's like the semi studio or something like that. Like there's so many cool things that you could do. Yeah, I want to start live. Dude, do it tomorrow. Put it on the card, swipe it, man. But start live streaming tomorrow. That's such a unique perspective on like building a music live stream. And if it's literally in the back of a semi truck, that's insane. That's so sick, dude. I think that would do really well for you. Anyway, sorry, side note. We're talking streaming business, but it's great. Dude, this is awesome, man. I very much so look forward to y'all's ability to retrack some of this, recenter your focus, lock in, get things tracked well, and for you to build your business, man. Y'all deserve it. Very talented, man. Very, very, very talented. This is killer. Appreciate you so much. Thanks for tapping in. Thank you for the follow, JJ. I appreciate that a lot too. Yeah, y'all are awesome, man. Y'all please show some love. Please show some love. Death Valley Driver, I think y'all are awesome, man. obviously very talented, very prolific at your craft, executing well on all fronts, man. Pocket, riffing, vocal structure, so on and so on, man. Y'all are doing a great job. And I love that you still have that relationship with the lead vocalist as well. Y'all can stay tight as far as like formatting what you do and being able to perform well together. That's a superpower as a band, man. So I'd love that y'all still have that, and I very much so look forward to some newer records from y'all as well, man. Y'all please show some love. Show some love, show some love. And that is, let's see, where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? J-Mac Drums. I want to make sure I get the right name. J-Mac Drums right here in the chat is who you just heard. So definitely show them some love and support. Let's keep the music going. We got Architects of Time. Architects of Time, hop in the chat. Hop in the chat. After the next 2 songs, we're going to do another free song. So if you're in the free line, I need y'all to stay in the chat because I know like 30 of y'all just left, but we are going to, dive into some in just a second. I want to get someone back on the free line here in just a moment here. So make sure y'all are tapped in. Alex Winsky in the building. Let's go. Of course, man. Anytime. I've been drumming since I was 4 years old. It's not the primary. So most of my session work that I do is synths. I've been playing piano classically trained since I was 6 years old. So most of the session work that I do is synths, some guitars and drums and stuff, and vocals for libraries and whatever. But most of it is synths. But I've been playing drums since I was 4 years old. Love playing drums. Just got a new kit, new cymbals in here. And just got everything mic'd up actually today. Just got it. I sold 3 other drum sets that I had and got a new one in here. So I love it, man. Anytime we get to talk drums and talk shop a little bit, it's always fun, man. So appreciate what you do. We got Architects of Time in the building. This is called Beyond the Hourglass. Architects of Time, which is Alex right here in the chat. Talk to me about what we're listening to. Talk to me, man. I appreciate the submission, man. Thank you so much for your generosity. I appreciate that a lot, but let's get into it. Talk to me about the role that you play in your music and any way in particular that you feel like I could help you out or anything you want me to focus on. Let's get into it. Writer and producer.
Hands never stop turning.
Well, that's all AI. Which part did you produce? Yeah, it's generated. But let me know which, like if you played anything layered in or something like that. No vocals, are you a tune? Okay, so I'll look for when the male vocal comes in. Okay. And yeah, just let me know if there's, especially because I know all this production structure is generated in the female vocal. Let me know if there's something you want me to focus on.
I search for light inside the rain. Only when I face the darkness did I finally break the chain. Every sunrise carries promise, even after endless nights. Nothing beautiful is perfect. It survives because it fights. I don't fear tomorrow anymore. I don't chase yesterday. The future isn't somewhere distant.
Did you record your vocal and then run it into Suno with this mix? Because you definitely get you get the aliasing from it, you get the artifact from it. That's why I'm curious. Okay, got you. Yeah, that makes. Oh wait, no, that's not right. Let's go, Tommy. I was curious because, like, if you can scream and you can do that, I was curious why you ran it through Suno. Just because you do actually have some of that vocal.
You were never standing alone. We were becoming more than nine. If this is the end,
Why does it feel?
Yeah, I feel that.
beginning.
Because every
Dude, I would love for you to work with one of like the last couple people that are that came in here, some of those bands, and like write with them and just get points. Like still get your writing structure, your perspective, your songwriting out there, and work with some like really talented musicians. So you can get the rights, you can get paid, you can get ownership, so on and so on. The production's generated tab. The lead vocal,
silence.
that would be awesome. Yeah,
Became the storm.
we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it.
Every scar still burns. You can't erase the fire. Beyond the hourglass,
We remain.
every loss,
Every gain,
every fire,
every fall.
only made us.
Stand more tall
We'll write tomorrow.
with our hands
We'll leave forever.
where we stand.
The hands
The production and the female vocal is
So do we.
lead vocal was recorded and then run through it to match it.
It's eternity.
Let's go. Y'all show some love, man. Show some love. That is Architects of Time Beyond the Hourglass right here in the chat. Yeah, here's the thing with like stuff like this. This is not like impossible, even at a simple level to produce, right? I work 75, dude, valid. That's same. I get it. Like that's valid. That it's, you know, it's not an incredibly challenging structure to create. Most of the chords are really consistent. Some of the guitar lines, obviously, since they're generated, they're very synthesized, right? In a way, in some senses, which doesn't mean you can't do a lot of that in MIDI as well. But one of the things that I would probably do is see if you can't find. I mean, I know a couple people. I just don't know what they charge. Yeah, I mean, 75 hours is crazy, but yeah, I don't know what they charge or if they charge. I'm working with a guitarist at the moment. Beautiful. I was going to say, I know a couple people that also know vocalists. So there's an artist that I know on here. I've known him on here for years. His name is Chase Samples. He does a lot of like progressive metal stuff, like modern metal stuff. And he works with a couple different vocalists that are also fantastic vocalists. And they work together. They're putting out albums. They're putting out EPs. They're doing, Tep, there's no reason to say that, man. You have no reason to believe otherwise. They put out albums together all the time. He's a very, very, very talented metal guitarist. He's got a whole collection of guitars. He's young, but he's super, super talented. And he does all of the drum programming and VSTs. He plays bass. He plays guitars, does all the layering. He mixes it all himself, and then he works with other vocalists. That would be someone that I don't know if he charges. I don't know what he charges. I don't know if he's super expensive or anything like that. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I feel like Libby and I are the same, where we're working 80 hours a week, and so I do not doubt. I don't. If someone told me they were working 500 hours a week, which you can't, I would not doubt it. I was like, everybody's working a lot these days. Anyways, that being said, I do think that that would be someone like that would be worthwhile reaching out to, because they handle everything. So why would you say you doubt it, Tep? Don't be a troll, man. Don't be a troll. Don't doubt it if you're working if you're working more. People are working crazy. I mean, everybody I know is working 4 jobs just to keep up in the US, man. Anyways. All that being said, all that workload aside, having someone who can handle everything in-house, including vocal structure, and you basically just say like, here's a demo, maybe like if they charge, maybe you pay a little bit and you make sure that the session vocalist can get their work done and you give them rights, right? I think that's one of the biggest things. Is one of your challenges with this is ownership. One of the challenges with this is payouts. There's already huge limitations, right? 100%, Alex, exactly, right? So it's giving you an idea of like, hey, this is cool. I like the structure. I like the sound design. This is all stuff that I want in there. At the same time, you're missing out on chances, obviously, for payment, for exposure, and for just even social limitations, right? Of some of what you're doing. So I would encourage you to start working. Like, you're already working with the guitars, beautiful. Find someone like Chase. Chase Samples is awesome. They do a great job. Miles, thank you for the heart me. Find someone like Chase Samples or Chase Samples who can build out a production. They have vocalists that they work with. You bring them in and say, hey, we're splitting this evenly. I don't even care about the money side. Like, we're all a part of this now, because this doesn't come to life if it's not for y'all. So we're going 33% across the board here, and everybody gets splits on the master mechanical side. Everyone's getting splits on publishing. Everyone's getting splits on sync fees. Everyone's getting splits on everything. If one of us eats, we all eat, kind of a thing. And then you have your song produced by real professional people, and it's not going to cost you $1,000. You know what I mean? Like, for a crazy producers, yeah. But a lot of the people that I know, they're like us, or they're like most of us in here. We're like, they're still like building their reputation. They're still building their credibility. They're still working at their craft. If you find someone like that, you can get really, really far ahead without having to be like, well, I mean, I'll never produce. I mean, that's why a lot of people use AI, right? It's because like, well, I'll never produce these otherwise. And this is the only option for me to hear my song at all, which I get. But, at the same time, I think people think it's way farther away than it actually is in reality for them to have their music, have ownership of it, have the rights to it, and have it produced by real musicians. Support the creative communities by people getting supported with royalty payments and sync fees and stuff like that. Like, that is all a part of supporting the artistic communities as well, right? And so I do think that would be really, really cool for you. That'd be really, really cool for you. And I think people think that it's like the only way to produce something like this is to spend $3,000, and it's absolutely not, dude. I produced a progressive metal track for an artist a couple months ago for $75. And I told him, I was like, dude, it's going to be really simple, but I really liked the guy and I wanted to support him. I wanted to help him out a little bit. And I was like, hey, it's going to be kind of looped. It's kind of looped and it's kind of simple and it's kind of whatever, like, whatever, but I'll build the structure for you for $75 and shot it out to him. And so you just never know. And again, I don't typically produce for $75, but you just never know. When people are willing to do stuff for cheap and for like the price that you skipped today, you have a whole record ready. You know what I mean? With Alicia Keys, my other one of my life for Dirty Dan. Let's go, Tommy. I need acoustic verse and track made. I have them out. Dude, they're awesome. Yeah. And if y'all ever, again, I don't use this live to promote what I do. It just happens by default of me. When people see what I do, they always reach out to me. But if you are ever interested, if you need an acoustic track or anything like that, shoot me a message, man. I got you. Okay, let's finish on the top. We'll chop through a couple things. The only other thing I want to break down here, obviously, because we're not going to touch mix, since all of this is generated, is just structure. So I want to talk about structure. It is a 5.5-minute song. I would love to take what you have here and format it a little bit better so that this is a little bit sharper. It's a little bit more consistent. It's a little bit cleaner. Right now, it is very long and it feels long. It also feels longer because it's generated. That's something that people don't really talk about a lot. The dynamic range is the dynamic range and frequency fill out for generated music is so 100% broad that the whole thing is deep and fuzzy and bright, right? The whole thing. And because of that, all the way through, it's fatiguing, right? You're hearing a lot of that same artifact and the same, aliasing at the top of the mix and stuff like that through the whole song structure. And so a 4-minute song feels like a 5-minute song. In this case, you have a 5.5-minute song and it feels much longer than that. The brain starts to tune out when you hear too much consistent information, whether that's a looped real track, right? And it's like looped too much, the brain just tunes it out, right? Because once you have really consistent information, the brain just checks out. So, and the same thing happens here. When you have a lot of the exact, like replicated frequency ranges, because the generated stuff just notched that into place and kept it there. When that's happening over the course of a song, you'll just start to tune out, and the brain after like 90 seconds just kind of shuts off a little bit. I don't want that to happen in your music. So having some changes in structure is going to be really beneficial as well. It's basic, but very deep. I love that, Miles. I love it. Where are you located? I'm in San Antonio, Texas, Tommy. San Antonio, Texas. All right, let's run it. And then
Stop turning.
Jackson, you're here, right?
Only we did.
I got you. Yeah. Sounds good, Jackson. So, like, structurally speaking, I mean, again, you don't have to do this. Let's see, 45 seconds into the song. Again, just speaking about structure and what's going to make you most likely to actually get heard, whether you take this to a producer and a musician or not, right? Because it's going to be the same thing no matter what the structure is. I wouldn't keep a solo like this until it matters in the song. It's like, you know, sugar is good, but if like the whole meal is sugar, then it's too much, right? Like, you know, salt is great, but if something is too much salt, then it starts to become abrasive, right, to taste. It's same thing here. Like, it's like the solos are great, but if the whole song feels like the most dramatic thing, this is also an issue with AI. It just does this. It's trying to do the most impressive thing all of the time. So the vocals are always the highest, loudest thing that any vocal could ever hear. The drums are nuts. The solos are nuts. You know what I mean? Like they're all going crazy. And so you have to control that, obviously, because you're creating it in this sense. You have to control that, right? I would like have an intro, like a four measure intro, verse starts, right? We're 45 seconds in and it's like crazy guitar solos, like crazy high sweeps and hammer-ons and stuff like that. Save that for 3 minutes into the song after the second hook and go crazy. I swear AI developers have never seen the Terminator movies. Also using it to promote my writing to see if some of the artists focus. 100% Jackson, I love it. I love it. So compartmentalizing where the impressive things happen in your song is really important. Same with your vocals when you're structuring those or you're sending them to a vocal to track them and stuff like that. If the vocal is always hitting the highest note at the end of every verse and every hook, and the hook is always up here and it's always screamed and it's always really high, stuff like that, then the song loses its dynamic range and it loses its impact, right? Because it's always fast and it's always loud, it's always really high. And so I think it's really important to make sure that the vast majority of the song is palatable and is like singable by people, right? Like if the point of like the song to some loose extent is that people engage with it like you do any other song, then you need it to be palatable, right? If every single part of the song the listener has to like disconnect a little bit, like where like they hear the song for the first time and it's crazy, then excuse me, hurt my voice. If it's all up there, you know, in good portions of the song, it's too unrealistic for like the average person to be like, how can I sing the song? You know, how can I insert myself into the equation? So my suggestion would be, whether you do this on its own or you start working with some artists and producers and stuff like that, make sure that the vast majority of the song is like very palatable and fairly easy to break down. Like think of like Dream On or something like that, right? That Dream On, that doesn't happen until a very particular moment of the song. And when that happens, it happens in that moment, in that particular time of the song, and that's it. You know what I mean? If every hook did that constantly, and every time we went back through the song that happened 4 times, it wouldn't mean as much. It wouldn't really matter. Like it would kind of be like, oh, that just like happens all the time, and I have to like barely sing. I can barely reach that anyway, so I'm like gonna stop singing at that part of the song because I can barely do it 1 time, much less 4 times, and they do it every single time, and it's impressive, but it loses its impact and it loses like the fact that it matters in the song at all. It loses its impression over time. But because the song has this crazy dynamic buildup, right, and there are some solos and there are some great dynamic ranges, and then this moment happens towards the end of the song, it means so much. You need to create that, in your case, kind of build it into a lot of your song structure here as you're working it out, no matter how you finish this out. And think about things like that. Think about those dynamics of like, well, we started with blast beats and a guitar solo and a high female vocal. So there's nowhere to go. The dynamic range is already here. We're already at the peak. Now we bring it down a little bit, we change and we flow a little bit, right? But we've already started with like the highest energy the song can possibly have with like guitar sweeps and stuff like that. So start with a riff, start with drums. You can start powerful. Obviously, some songs start loud, but we need to be able to move with the song a little bit more and save and compartmentalize some moments for other parts of the song so that there's some room to grow here. Okay, let me get in the middle of this really quick, but that's where this part is up to you. I'm going to get towards the end of the song here. This part's up to you, where I would go back through the song and try to find some moments where you're like, okay, this moment isn't really beneficial anymore, right? I was like, okay, like I've done this part on the vocal. I don't really need to do it again. Or I've already had 5 guitar solos. I only really want 2. And you start cutting it down and compartmentalizing this just a little bit more. And eventually, before you know it, you have a 3.5 minute to 4 minute heavy metal song with a great powerful vocal that's more palatable on its own, and much more palatable if you're going to hire a musician or like bring in a producer for this and get it tracked by a vocalist to be like, hey, can you memorize 5.5 minutes of like ever-changing lyrics and different melodies and different rhythms and different solos and stuff like that? That's a lot to ask, which is going to be a barrier for you. But if you can cut this down and compartmentalize it and make it a little bit more of a consistent song structure, I think you'll be much closer to where you want to be. Have you recorded for any country stars? I wouldn't say stars. Everybody that I work with is an independent and underground artist. I've never worked with any major studios, or I've done some small things for people that are attached to labels, but I'm not connected to any major label or anything like that. That's not the world that I live in. Every single one of my clients are word of mouth. I work completely independently as an engineer, producer, and session musician. So no, I don't have any stars under my belt or some, I have songs that I've worked on, songs that I've composed and produced and been session musicians on and written that have a couple million streams, and that's cool, but that's not like, I'm not bragging about that stuff. It's not at the top of my banner. It's like 50 million streams to my name. I work successfully as a musician and producer and engineer, but completely independently. Most of the artists that I'm working with are y'all. Are people that are newer in their journey and are just getting moving and just getting started. Some people are really cool. I mean, I've worked with some people that are very, very, very talented, but no one who you're going to like recognize on the radio or something like that. All right, let's get to this last section just really briefly, then we'll move on to Jackson. Yeah, 3.5 to 4 minutes max. Again, if you're thinking about like, if you were the musician, right? Like if you were the musician and someone's like, hey, I've got a song, and they're like, okay, what is it? And you're like, it's 6 minutes long, and there's 5.5 verses, 2 bridges, and a hook, but the hook's a little bit different every time. And we're starting with a solo. The guitarist would be like, holy dude, chill. Like, I'm going to try to do this for cheap for you, but I can't spend like a month and a half learning it, right? Like that, just realistically, that's very challenging, right? So create a like consistent, clean structure that you can get a lot of like approval from musicians on and get some movement on, and you'll just be much more likely to be successful. It'll be more likely that people buy your songs. It'll be more likely that musicians buy into what you're doing and want to take it on as their own, so on and so on. Dude, of course. Hold on, it doesn't want to play. Let me refresh really quick. Oh, it deleted. Where did it go? Hold on. I just wanted to hear this last part really quick, and then we'll get out of here. We'll move on. Boom. Here we go.
And so do we. This isn't good.
That's cool, Tommy.
It's eternity.
Let's go. Y'all show some love, man. I appreciate you so much. Shout out to Architects of Time Beyond the Hourglass. Let's keep it moving. I appreciate you. I appreciate you coming in, man. Thank you so much for your submission and for your time today, man. I appreciate it. I know a lot of y'all have been waiting for a very long time, so I appreciate that a lot. We got Jackson Monroe in the building. We're strictly talking about... dude, you as well, man. I appreciate you a lot. We're strictly talking about songwriting, I think in particular with this one from Jackson. I had a manic... I've got a hair in my mouth. Hold on a second. Sorry, like, what's going on here? Okay. Writing. Okay, beautiful. You think the hardest thing in this business is getting lucky? No, I haven't been lucky at all. So I have had no big breaks, and I have a full-time music business, right? So I don't think... I guess the hardest thing is lucky, but it just depends on what you want. If you want fame, then yeah, there's so much luck and money involved. Like if you want fame, then yeah, you need good ideas and you need to get lucky with those good ideas. And then you need to put a lot of money behind it and then boom, and then it happens. That's what happens with a lot of people is they put a lot of time into what they do. An opportunity happens. They blow up, exposure wise. And then a label puts money behind that and solidifies you in the industry for a time. Hopefully long time, but not, a lot of people, not a long time. And it's the combination of skill meets opportunity meets money getting put behind it. And next, you're famous, right? And so getting lucky is a big part of it. But at the same time, there's a lot of people, myself included, that work full time in music. I've built my studio. I've had, I have a lot of toys in here that I love, and I have a great time doing my job. I love it so much. There's nothing else I'd rather do. And I have had no big breaks, right? Like I said, the biggest thing is maybe some songs with couple million streams or whatever. Like that's nothing crazy. That's not a great, not some great milestone or anything like that, right? I've worked with no major artist or anything like that, but have a full-time career in music doing something that I love and enjoy. So to me, it's not like the hardest thing in the business, I think is just getting and maintaining a cycle of clients, making sure that you're creating exposure for the things that you're doing, so that people know that you exist. They know that you mix, they know that you produce, they know you're a musician. They trust the quality of what you do over time, so on and so on. I think that's the hardest part. It's for a lot of people, is just finding the energy and the time to create other mediums of art like content in order to make sure that people know that you exist and that you do what you do. That's the most challenging thing for me. But thankfully now I have more of a cycle of clients that come in and out, that I'm able to sustain it. But you just got to keep creating exposure for what you're doing. Nice have about 59. Let me see. I've written 37 so far for architects. Dude, awesome. Amazing. 59. All right, let's get it, man. I had a manic bipolar episode and got obsessed with writing music and songs. I'm a beginner. You can watch my TikTok at lackluster soldier for my current abilities, but all in all, my writing is important to me. And if this gets a chance to get a singer out there to sing my songs for me, to bring them to life, it would mean the world to me. Okay, cool. Rain, good to see you, Rain. I'll be live tomorrow. I'm not positive on the time, but I will be live tomorrow at some point. All right, so this whole track, as far as I'm aware, is generated, but we're going to focus on songwriting structure. That's kind of why it's here. All right, I appreciate you, Jackson Monroe. This is called Seasons. Let's get it. Some classic rock vibes. Cool.
Difference fed my organs, forever in delusion.
What's that bad trip?
My solution. Illusions in my mind.
If I can be helpful, that's what we're here for anyway, so it doesn't really matter to me. I like talking about songwriting too. I don't prefer it, but I like helping people out, so. Let's go, Jackson. No, because it wasn't created by musicians. It was created by tech bros. So as soon as tech bros can get stuff out there, they do. It can be unready and unregulated, and they shoot it out to the masses. So I think for the most part, when it comes to generated art-based AI, I think as soon as people got a handle on it through noises and stuff, it was out there. What's up, Fuego? Welcome in. Let's go. Hell yeah. I'll be live again tomorrow. Hell yeah, cool. It just depends on what they're really passionate about and if the label's pushing it on them. I know a lot aren't at all, and maybe some artists are getting on songs that they don't know have it. I mean, I think Tyga obviously is like probably the most prolific right now. Put out a whole AI album, and everyone hates it. I don't know anything. It was a hat at Target when I needed a hat. I know nothing about baseball. I'm LARPing, man. Yeah, I needed a hat, and the hat was there. Thank you for the follow, Tommy. Let's go, Jackson. Facts. It's a staple. I'm in San Antonio, so it feels sacrilegious sometimes. I'm still a little bitter about New York, but it's all right. It's all right. My fashion surpasses my pride. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Fuego. Yeah. Yeah. The more organic instrumentation is in a song, the more obvious it is. It's harder with like a trap beat or like an EDM record sometimes because those are already so highly compressed and highly processed, but when you hear like electric guitars and pianos and acoustics and stuff like that, it's a little bit more obvious. Y'all show some love, man. Show some love. Jackson Monroe in the building. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for sending this in. Let's run it from the top. Let's dive into I'm going to try to move at a good pace with these last couple here. I'm going to try to move at a good pace. So y'all please show some love to Jackson here in the building. We're going to talk about song structure and songwriting. Right off the bat, I'm going to say some similar things to the last one because a lot of the same pain points present themselves in generated music like this, where it will just take everything and make something out of it, right? So you input a bunch of lyrics, right? You're a songwriter, you're a poet, right? You input all of these lyrics and it does something with them. And it does that, right? So we end up with a 5 minute and 15-second song that really just runs on, constantly changing melodies, changing structure, changing rhythm patterns, changing phrasing, so on and so on. So from a palatability standpoint of like, how can I learn this? If I, let's just say, they don't care about AI at all. They're just like, hey, I like the way the song sounds, right? I like the way the song sounds and I like the music, so I don't care. So they start listening to this and they start getting into it and they're trying to like remember the hook. They're trying to like remember, to find a female vocals for the band. I'm just missing 3. Let's go, Alex. Let's go. Yeah, 100% Fuego. I want to learn the song. I want to hear the verses. I want to learn it. I want to, I want to actually be able to like understand, the phrasing and the patterns and stuff like that and have it be catchy and have it be locked in. And if this runs on the way that it does, even if it like sounds good, even if like sonically it sounds impressive and it sounds good, there will be too much variation in song structure for someone to latch on to it, for them to recognize the patterns, right? Because these sections of the song just stretch too long, right? And so before you know it, it's gone into another 4th or like 5th verse and the AI is not distinguishing between like, is this a bridge? It kind of sounds the same. It's still like the same chords as the hook. The melodies are changing just as much. And so the song just becomes this block of noise over the long term. And what if you're able to achieve full cohesiveness throughout? It's a balance between repetition and introduction. You 100%, right? So one of the things here, I'll be honest with you, I heard in my mind what is like the end of the hook, and that's where I would chop it. And I would probably cut half, to be honest with you, cut half of the lyrics out. And that's a different song, right? If this whole thing is this song based on this thing, what I would rather you do, and you don't have to do this, I'm just tossing ideas out there. I would rather you have a 3-song EP, a 3-song themed EP of 3 2.5-minute rock songs or 3-minute rock songs about this theme. That is much more tight and cohesive and palatable and listenable and catchy and repetitive, as opposed to a 5.5-minute thing that just no one is going to listen to and no one's going to latch onto. And that's not because it's terrible sounding, right? Or just because it's AI. It's because there's nothing about the structure that's like consistent, repetitive, or just palatable in a way that it's just not too long in some sections, too many melodic variations, too many phrasing and lyrical variations, right? And I want as many people as possible to hear the song and connect to the message and connect to kind of what you're talking about. So in the process of building my anti-racist, let's go, dude. Alex, I love it. And so that's what I would. So anytime you find yourself in a space where you're like, this is, I got to do my puzzle again, or TikTok's going to kick me off. Hold on. I got to do my puppy puzzle. Boom. Got it. Anytime that you find yourself in a 6-minute, 5 to 6 minute song range with no major production changes, it probably should be a couple different songs. Okay, just kind of keep that in mind. There's some songs. There's a song out there called "History" by. I mean, there's a bunch of songs out there. I mean, Bohemian Rhapsody, right? Bohemian Rhapsody is like 9.5-minute song or something like that. It's like 8 to 9 minutes long. That is a long as hell song. That's crazy. But that song has so many twists and turns as far as like dynamics goes and keys go and harmonies and solos and movements. Like it's all over the place. Sounds good, JJ. I appreciate you tapping in. Let me know, JJ, let me know if you're in the consultation line, so I can let you know a couple things just really quick. But I appreciate you tapping in, man. Keep interested. Yeah, there's exceptions. Imagine if Queen did it in Sue, that'd be crazy. There's a song called "History" by 070 Shake, awesome artist, really, really cool artist. But the on that song, there's 3 beat changes, or 2 beat changes, but 3 different productions there. No, nothing happened, Dre. It was just JJ had to leave, so I was just if they were here and they were in the consultation line, I just wanted to let them know what I would do with their song and stuff like that, but I wasn't sure. And there's like 2 different beat changes, right? So it is a 5.5-minute song or a 5-minute song, but there's twists and turns that are dramatic. It's not just it gets quiet for a moment and then it goes crazy. Sicko mode, right? Like there's songs that get billion streams. You know what I mean? Like there's songs that go crazy. Ray has a song called "Escapism" with 070 Shake, actually, strangely enough. That's like a 4.5, 5-minute song. The song has like 2 billion streams, right? You can get, or 1.2 billion streams or something like that. You can get billions of streams on a song that's long, that's not pop radio, right? That is not hitting satellite and pop radio, that goes viral through content that people attach to, they listen to consistently. The artists pop off like crazy, and it's long. But there's like major artist and beat shifts in there that changes pacing completely, changes key for a second, and they format shift everything. It's dramatically different. So if your song is going to be 6 minutes long, 5 minutes long, you have to have that. Otherwise, the honest reality is no one will listen. And if you're okay with that, we can live with that. And I'm just putting out what I want to put out, and I'm getting my stories into music. Valid, completely valid. Then you just have to accept that very few people will listen to it unless you are paying to force it into the algorithm, right? If you want a 5 to 6 minute song, have some dramatic changes. Have it change keys, have it change the beat, have it change the style. Don't just make it loud in the quiet and then loud in the quiet and then back into the hook again. It's got to have dramatic changes, like all other songs that are longer, okay? You're at 5. Wait, what do you mean, Dre? What do you mean? I got you at number 2 right now, Dre. I got you at number 2 right now, if that's what you're talking about. Okay, and then let me see. Okay, so my suggestion with a song like this, I mean, again, there's nothing wrong with that. You just have to be aware of the I say consequences loosely, but the consequences, of having a song that's long. I have songs that are longer, and I'm also very well aware that no one's going to hear those. You know what I mean? Like they're long, and I didn't care. I just wanted to do it that way, and it's like, song number 11 on an old album. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like old stuff like that. And so that's perfectly fine. You just have to know that most people are probably not going to hear it unless a piece of it goes viral on content or something like that, right? You just got to be okay with that, or make changes to optimize for it. Let me listen to this hook. The last thing I think I want to dive into as far as like the songwriting and the structure goes, and I hope this is helpful, Jackson. I do. I want to talk about your hook structure really quick. I think your hook can and probably should be much more concise and repetitive, and then let it go. What happens is you have like 2 or 3 hooks in a row, creating a really long, loud hook. And that just makes it harder to listen to. It makes it harder to retain the information, harder to learn. It makes it less catchy. And so I want you to have like a distinct, okay, I'm glad. I want it to be distinct. I want it to be, catchy. I want as many people as possible to hear it, like it, love it, repeat it, right? So let's hear this hook really quick. Let's start it from the top here. Not at all. I'm excited to hear you. I know you've been waiting in line for a long, all of y'all have, but I'm excited to get into your music here in a second as well. And you can also hear, when it comes to like, we were talking about people singing this, nobody can, again, this is just the reality you have to kind of figure out, especially if you, in the current time, you're going to be generating your music, right? Everyone has a different opinion on that. If you're going to be doing that, you have to keep in mind how you're telling people what to sing when you're writing a song, right? When you write a song and you produce a song and you build a melody and stuff like that, you are telling people what to sing, right? So when your favorite artist, whoever that may be, they put out a song and they sing a particular melody and a particular phrase and repeat it, they're telling you as the listener exactly what you should be singing as well, so that people can learn it and relate to it, right? In this context, you're doing the same thing, but as we talked about with the previous song also generated, the thing that you're going to pick up on is it does the most extreme thing, right? It's the craziest guitar solo possible. It's the craziest drum thing. It's a wild rock song. This vocal goes into a stratosphere that even like Steven Tyler wouldn't be singing it. It goes so high and so unrealistically that nobody could sing this. So as soon as you're hearing this verse and you're like, hell yeah, it's a cool feel. It's got a cool vibe. And then the hook kicks in and you have to step back, right? So as a listener of the song, I have to like sit kind of and like wait for the hook to get done. It sounds cool, but I can't engage with it, right? Great music, no matter how it's created, great music you can engage with, right? That should be like your number one priority, that people in any style, any genre, any walk of life can engage with your music and interact with it and sing it and yell it and cheer in it. And I think if it's too extreme of a structure, even like screamo, right? Someone who's doing like guttural false chord screams, the crowd can just yell along with them and the energy works, right? Even though they might not know how to do a fry scream or something like that, right? So I want you to keep in mind when you're breaking down structures like this too, and you're writing and you're generating whatever it is that you're doing, to keep that in mind. Because once this gets into the hook, as a listener, I just have to step back. I have to kind of like almost wait for it to, you don't want people to do that. You want them to engage with it, right? So keep that in mind, that you can't just have it do the craziest thing. It can't just sing the highest note. It has to like make sense so that people can support it. People can engage with it. They can sing along with it and it not be 2 octaves higher than the highest, male mix voice at the top, and people not have the ability to connect to it, right? Because of course, our goal is that people connect to it as much as possible. So let's get into the hook, though. That's the thing I want to break down. Tomorrow, tap in tomorrow. I'll be live again tomorrow. There's some good lyrics in there. Like we're already boom, and that's full chest voice, right? Like it's insane. It's insane up there, right? So those are the things you're going to want to mitigate when it comes to you creating this or pitching it to artists. Like, so one of the things that you were talking about, Spides, appreciate you so much. Thank you for the love and support today. I appreciate you more than you know. Those are the things you're going to mitigate because, like you said, I'm trying to pitch this to singers. I'm trying to get this to people, but no one can sing that. That's going to be your hard sell because then the gut reaction of a vocalist is going to be like, well, I can't go anywhere close to doing the most impressive thing that's happening in this. So my vocal is immediately going to be much less impressive than what's happening in the song. It's going to sound weaker. It's going to sound lower. It's going to sound less, restricted. And that's going to be another challenge. So if you're going to be demoing stuff to pitch, because I know people that do, and some have done, very few people have done it successfully, but a couple people have tried and maybe gotten a couple songs out there, purchased by an, or like retracked by an artist. If you want to do that, then you need to make sure that there is room for that artist to to exist in the song, right? And so that's another thing I would keep in mind when these really high vocals and stuff come in, is this like there's like very few people in the world, much less the top artists, like top metal artists in the world, that can sing that vocal. And so then there's like no room for the random person on TikTok with 200 followers that wants to support you and wants to hop on a song and wants to try to get some credits out there to hop on your song when it's already kind of past that, right? So I want you to keep in mind not only the palatability of the structure, but also the actual viability of the vocal range, and make that something that's important to you creating your songs. It has to be viable for a vocalist to actually get on there and execute those vocals. But I want to hear this hook, and I want to tell you where I think the hook should stop and then go straight to a verse. And if there's extra stuff there, either I would reformat it or I would make it a second song, right? Just because there's too many lyrics to fit into the song, so it just gets really, really run on. So let's hear the hook here from the start.
Crowds are sick, tired of playing pretend, but my fantasy never ends. I hear all the crowds are saying,
That's a crazy voice.
but I'm too busy dreaming. Illusions lock me away. It's addicting to hate myself. I love being someone else the more.
There. Yeah, it is. It is, Grant. It is. We're already deep. We're already deep in that. Excuse me. Yeah, already. Yeah, 100%. Y'all, we're closed. We're closed. We're going to be live again tomorrow, though. But if you want to submit, just make sure that you're following. That way you can tap into the stream tomorrow. So this is where it needs to end. Right here.
It's addicting to hate myself. I love being someone else.
Done. Now here, so that should be it. Hook, post hook line, done. Instrumental, guitar solo there, maybe. Instrumental, you go into another verse, you format it, you send that to the vocal so that the vocal can retrack it, the guitarist can do what they need to do on it, so on and so on, right? You can get the band to start creating some of the other textures there. But that's where the hook needs, that's your end line to the hook. And here's where it keeps going.
The more perfect I become,
All of this,
the more regret
another 2 measures,
pride swallowed me whole.
3 measures,
Becoming my only hope.
4 measures,
With every season that whistles
5 measures,
by, I'm deep in my mind.
6.
Time keeps ticking by. Stuck on rewind just to be first.
That's 16 actually, it's
in
doubled.
line.
Another 16 measures of hook. So a full hook happens, technically, a full hook with the break, and then 16 measures of extra hook lyrics after that. That's a lot. That's a lot of lyrics. That's why I'm saying that's like 3 8-bar hooks all in a row, because you have 24 to 32 measures of hooks as opposed to 8, right? As opposed to like 16 being a long one. You have this really drawn out structure. No one's going to be able to learn that, or no one will be interested long enough to grab onto that, right? Especially as you work on reproducing and stuff like that. That's where I really want you to lock in. That's the songwriting structure. That's the production structure that is going to be the most important part of you creating this. Is if this format happens a lot of times in the song, it'll just be long. It'll just be long to be long, and people won't latch on. And I want them to. I want them to hear your story. I want them to hear what you're doing. So I think to me, that's the bullet point. That's the big thing I want you to focus on, is find where like the main hook lies. And if there's more story you want to tell, we need more songs. We need a themed EP. We need a full album talking about this thing, and we create 10 songs based on it or whatever. But the songs that you create are 3 minutes. You know, if you want to draw it out, 3.5 to 4 minutes. This is a fast song. It's a fast BPM. So you should be able to get the song done in 2.5 to 3 minutes with a concise song structure. And lock it in. But as soon as it hits that line after that first 16 measures there, that to me, that's hook. That's done. If you want to go more, you double that, right? Like you just double that same hook so it's catchy and it's repetitive. But we change melody, we change phrasing, we change lyrics for another 16 measures, another 16 bars right there. That's where it's going to be really challenging. But y'all show some. I hope that's helpful. I hope that means something. I hope that gives you maybe some tools to help you focus on the songwriting structure. Louis, welcome in. Good to see you on Twitch. I appreciate you tapping in. Hopefully that gives you a little bit that you can work on, a little bit you can focus on to help dig into a bit more of what you're doing. Because I think you have some good intuition as far as songwriting goes. But to me, this is going to be you having some self-restraint as far as like what needs to be in a song and what doesn't. What parts of the story can I tell, and what should be for another time, for another song, another single, and what has to be in the song. Like what's a non-negotiable as far as lyric structure and melody and stuff in the song, and everything else, save it. You have so many stories to tell, so many versions of a love song, so many versions of an angry song that you can write. It's really going to come down to you compartmentalizing a little bit better, I think. But y'all show some love. Jackson Monroe, I appreciate you sending this in, man. Thank you so much for just, man, being vulnerable with your craft and with your message. I appreciate it a lot. Louis, we are closed for today, but we will be live again tomorrow. So definitely make sure that you're following or subbed wherever it makes sense. And we will open up the lines again tomorrow afternoon. I'm not positive on the exact time, but I will for sure be live tomorrow. So definitely tap in then. Would love to hear what y'all are working on. But y'all show some love one more time to Jackson. We got AkunoGarden in the building. Thank you for the follow. Digit Detox, I appreciate it. AkunoGarden, hop in the chat. Just let me know that you're here. I'm nervous now. Let's get into it. I'm excited. I have no information on this track. For one, thank you so much for your submission. I appreciate that a lot. I really appreciate you coming in. Thank you for being so generous. This is Static Hypnosis. Let me pull it up on Spotify really quick. Talk to me about the role that you play in your music. What am I listening to? Give me some details and what you do in your craft. And also let me know if there's anything in particular that you want me to break down, anything that you would be helpful for you, that's a pain point for you that I can focus on and hopefully give you some tools in. But let's get into it. This is Static Hypnosis by AkunoGarden. And this is out on Spotify. Go stream it, like it, stream it, all the good stuff. Add it to your playlist. Anima's in the building. What's up, Anima? Welcome in. I like that synth. I like the portamento. Sounds good. Did you make this production? Or is this like a YouTube beat or a BeatStars release? That's cool. I like it. I like the synth stuff. Oh man, Annabelle, I'm sorry. It sucks, dude. Ooh, okay, a little auto pan. Are you in FL Studio? Ableton, okay, cool. I thought I heard some gross beat in there. That's why I was curious. I like the vibe. It's crunchy. It's crunchy. I like it. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's definitely not. You never know. You never know, man. Fire. Is that vocal sample in the background of your voice as well? That portamento on those chords is chef's kiss. Beautiful. That's sick. I like that. Yeah, the vocal sample's killer, man. That's awesome, man. Y'all show some love. That is Static Hypnosis by AkunoGarden. I like your style. I like your style. It's a cool aesthetic. It's a cool feel. I like what you're doing. There's another friend. He's like a professional mix and master, but he wants 300. I don't have that. Yeah, that's a very reasonable range. I would say most that's right in or right below my range. Like that's if you're a professional engineer and even if you don't have major credits, but you work professionally as an engineer, it's a full-time job, you're executing a lot, you're working a lot in that space, I would expect anywhere from $300 to $500. Past $300 to $500, you're going to get more into the range of people that have, more credits and, more placements and like stuff like that. But yeah, that's definitely wrong. I would say like the sweet spot, to be honest, so anyone who's curious about like engineer pricing and stuff like that, the sweet spot, I think, for most early engineers that don't want to pay the $300 to $500, the sweet spot, I think, is about $125 to $150. That's still expensive, sure, just especially depending on your position. But if you can scrape together over time $100 to $150, $100 to $150, paying $300 for a song that makes zero is very rough. But don't think about that. I think that's the wrong perspective to have about your music. People spend money on things that they love all the time that doesn't make money. People spend hundreds of dollars a month to go play golf. They spend hundreds of dollars a month to join like pickleball leagues. They're not making any money on that. They're never going to be professional golfers. They're not doing. It's something that you love. It's something that you are. It's a hobby of yours. It's something that you're passionate about. And maybe someday there is a return on it. Cool, but don't think about it of like getting zero back. You don't get anything back from anything that you like to do. Like if you just like have a hobby of like painting or I don't know, doing anything. Like we pay sometimes hundreds of dollars a month or lots of money a month sometimes to just like watch films and stuff like that. We don't get any money back from that, but it's entertainment for us. If music is entertainment or it's a hobby or whatever, don't think of it always needing a return on that investment. People spend money on way worse things. People spend $1,000 a month on alcohol. There's no return on that. In fact, the opposite. You know what I mean? Like anyways, I just think that people have the wrong perspective on investing in their music, thinking that it's like, man, I don't make any money in streams, but I'm like, you don't make money in anything else other than your job anyways, right? It's just something that you enjoy, something that you're invested in. So if you want a good representation of it, then invest in it. And it's worth it, or do it a couple times, do it cheap. You know what I mean? But I do think the sweet spot is like $100 to $150. $100 to $150 will get you an amateur mix that's pretty good. It's probably all in the box. It's probably someone who's done it for a year or a couple years and has a decent handle on how to do everything in like Ableton or FL or Logic or Pro Tools or whatever. And they've done it long enough to have enough clients to charge that much. That's like, if you can find someone, I know a couple people that mix for about that much, about 150, and they're pretty good. They're pretty good. There's a guy that I've worked with for a while. Not as much recently, but last year, a year and a half ago, I worked with him a decent amount. Yeah, I think he's like 150-ish. I think 150-ish, but yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, I'm not positive, but yeah, 300. Obviously, 300 is more of an investment. That's like, I'm taking this seriously. I'm trying to do something with this record, but I completely understand. But anyways, don't always think about it as an investment. That's just the thing I would say. The same thing with a lot of other things that we do for fun that we don't think about getting a return on them. Okay, let's run it from the top, man. Let's get it. Akuno. Let's dive into it. I got time in the ears for like a handful more, y'all. Just a handful more. Dre, I got you. 100%. Yeah, it's totally valid. I'm saying that more generally to everybody. It's just as a perspective, not just to you specifically. Dre, I got you. Dre is up here. I don't think Shane is in here. Let me just double check a couple things real quick. Let's see. And then Neon. I think JJ had to go, but I'll boost them. I'll boost them too. And then Aganin. I'll see what I can get to y'all, but my ears I've been on for almost 4 hours. Ears are starting to fatigue a little bit, so I gotta take care of those. I will be live again tomorrow just in case we miss some. Keep in mind, I'm gonna get to as many as I can. Dre, I got you up next. I'm gonna get to as many as I can, as I have mentioned before. Same thing actually that happened to Dre. Dre came in a couple days ago. Or I think it was yesterday, maybe, came in yesterday, I believe. And we weren't able to get to the song at the end of the last live. and I work for 90 hours a week to have stuff. Yeah, let me say, it's rookie numbers, dude. 4 hours. I have done 8-hour streams before. I hated it. It's so brutal, dude. My ears were killing me. Anyways, we had to save the song, and then the next time they came in, they boosted. And actually, the boost for Dre after the last live is actually what's allowing them to get heard today, because otherwise they would have still been in 10, and they would have been a little bit lower. And so every time that I save your songs, if you got to leave, you got to eat, sleep, work, or I get off at the end of the night, you have not been heard. I will always save that credit for the next live stream whenever you're able to come in, whether it's the next day or the next week. And I will also boost you at least another 5 every time we have to save it. So if we have to save it a couple times, you'll have like 20 in credit later on. Moon Talk, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. So just in case you get saved, if you're on the board and you don't get hurt at the end of the light, even if you've been waiting a long time, it just happens, man. It can be sometimes a crazier algorithm or a longer live and stuff like that, and not everybody gets hurt. I tried to close the line in time to mitigate that happening, but sometimes it just doesn't. People keep skipping. And so if you don't get hurt, I'll always boost you next time. That you get a little bit of a leg up the next time we go live. Anyways, let's get into the song though. Static Hypnosis. Let's dive in. One of the biggest things I want to talk about is just like sound selection a little bit and balancing. But I think most of what you're doing is really cool. It's interesting. There's a little hyper pop movement in it. We got to go again. Always. That's you. When you pay for a consultation, you pay for that full 20 to 30 minutes. We're getting into it. But yeah, let's dive in. Let's talk about sound selection. Let's talk about balancing. But honestly, most of what you're doing aesthetically, I really like. I like it a lot. It's time for Akuno. That vocal's killer. Your sampling is awesome. I like it a lot. I want to hear something real quick. So here's what I'm going to do, Akuno. The song is out and it's awesome. Everybody go stream it. Go show it some love and support. Go show them some love. I'm going to talk about some things that are happening in this song that it's already out, so you're not going to change it. But I want you to use it as fuel for your next record, if that makes sense. So obviously, if I talk about where a bass is in this song, it's already out, so who cares? But what I want you to do is try to keep in mind some of these tools and ideas for the next time you're working on a song. Okay, so on this intro right here, one thing that he's like, no, I'll change it. If you have a distribution channel that will let you update your file, you can. One thing that I'm a big fan of that I talk about endlessly on this live stream, I don't think I have, well, I mean, I have definitely a ton of times today as well, but it's stair-stepping dynamics, right? If things feel too static, what's up, DTSK? If things feel too static, they feel too rigid, people they tune out sooner. DTSK will be live again tomorrow. We're on our last couple songs here. Thank you for the heart, man. I appreciate it. I've been on for 4 hours, man. My ears are killing me. I got to get out of here soon. But yeah, I'll be live again tomorrow. I'm not positive on the time, but I will. I'll show up at some point. Just turn on notifications. Okay. Stair-stepping dynamics. If things feels too static for too long, and your song changes a lot, so take this with a grain of salt. If it's too static or things just don't have a lot of shifts in energy, then they don't feel like they move and evolve as much, right? They don't feel as much of a journey. They're not as engaging. People are less likely to gravitate towards them because they don't feel these shifts and these movements that are happening in the song, right? Even the most modern trap record that's on the radio, you're gonna hear still, if they're working with a good engineer and some good producers, you're still, even though some of it's looped trap drums, some are a splice loop oftentimes, you'll still hear some movements in the mix and some changes in the synth and the low pad and how it's layered and this random little trumpet that happens in the background that is randomly shifting some of the dynamics, even if it's really, really subtle. One of the things, I don't know if you have a couple layers, you can tell me in the chat. If you have a couple layers on this bass right here, is there a sub bass and your main synth underneath this? It sounds like there might be a rolling sub underneath it and then the main chord synth over. Is that what I'm hearing there? Or is it all the same synth? It is? Okay. So what I would do, personally speaking, is start with just your synth chords with the portamento. It's a beautiful glide right there. Dun, dun. Just have that same bend right there. Start with that and the vocal sample, no sub bass. And then when the vocal comes in with your main song structure that starts, sub bass hits right there. And so as soon as the vocal comes in, the song expands. It's just all of a sudden sub bass hits you in the chest. It goes straight to the sub. Like all of the emotion kicks in as soon as that vocal comes in. And just like psychologically, the song feels more alive. There's more like changes in it. It just like all of a sudden it has a lot of depth and a lot of presence to it. Feels more interesting. It feels more engaging. You're directing people's attention as well as the producer of your own record. So you're starting with interesting sounds. Awesome. Great. Cool vocal sample. But you're also manipulating emotion a little bit too, where as soon as the vocal kicks in, depth comes in and it rattles you a little bit, right? And so even just little elements like that. Okay, sounds good, Neon. I got you. Even little elements like that of like manipulating your production to create more emotion and more changes in it, I think would be really powerful. So if this whole first part of the intro, there was no sub bass, and then as soon as vocal kicks in, boom, sub bass kicks in right there, the whole song feels dramatically more emotional. Keep all of the rest of this in there. And then sub right there. And then lead vocal like 3 dB louder, like maybe tighter compression control, push the vocal like 3 dB louder. But like if all of a sudden right there, vocal comes in clean, clear, saturated, highly compressed, it's got a lot of texture to it, push it forward in the mix by, let's say, 2 or 3 dB, get it at the top of the mix. Sub bass comes in as soon as that hits. You have a nice break for the vocal sample. And then boom, sub bass kicks in. That is like a next level of like feeling and just presence that kicks in the mix. Otherwise, if like the sub is always there, then it just, again, kind of like we're talking about, like if the whole song is a guitar solo, then it loses its impact a little bit. The whole song is like super high vocals, it loses its impact. Same thing here. If the sub is always really heavy and it's really dictating a lot of the low weight of the song, then it loses its impact a little bit. So if you really pick and choose how you move and morph your dynamics here, dude, you're gonna be crushing it. This is cool sound design. I like it a lot. I do. You have a cool voice too. I like the saturation on the drums. Like right now, all of these other elements are really suppressing that lead vocal. So I'm hearing all of the other things that are happening more than I'm getting you out of the song. So that's why I want to make sure that there is enough space for that vocal to exist. Whether that's through pulling some EQ on like your instrument buses at like 600 to 1200 hertz in order to like, lower some of the energy of the elements that are stepping on the toes of the lead. So you have some synths and some percussion in that 600 to 1200 hertz range, which is where a lot of like the fundamental of the vocal is. If you can carve some space there on an instrument bus, like a synth bus maybe, so that vocal has a little bit more space to shine and then push it forward by 2 or 3 dB, you'll just get more out of it. You'll be able to squeeze a little bit more out of the vocal. It'll shine in the mix a little bit more. Because I like everything that I'm hearing. All the elements of the production, I'm a fan of. I just want to experience them with a little bit better separation and clarity in the mix. Dude, absolutely. That's, to be honest with you, that's how a lot of people like use this. Some people come in to just showcase their stuff. Of course, that's 100% valid. People come in, songs released, they're like, hey, I just want you to check out my stuff. Cool. I love it. That's super fun. But a lot of people end up coming into this live stream in particular to like get like a final like listen on a song after, like before they send it to an engineer, before they send it to mastering, before they send it to distribution, to just be like, hey, can I get a check on this and like make sure it's where it needs to be and like get any final revisions on it before we go. So you're in good company. That's what like most people send in for. I like your drums though. They're cool. I love it. Good job. I don't mind this. The snare's not like my favorite sound selection. That's a personal decision. That's a stylistic decision. That's for you to figure out, right? It's not like my favorite. I would love if that snare was layered maybe with one other snare underneath it. It's a little thin for the amount of weight that's in the mix. That's the only reason why, right? Like it's not like a bad sounding snare. It sounds fine. It sounds alternative, and then all of this like alternative R&B, alternative pop stuff. Like I like some of the texture on it, but I do feel like it needs another layer to it. Even just like a really like metallic rim shot or something with a bunch of reverb underneath it lasts like 2 or 3 seconds. God, it's like right underneath it, it has a nice little like, release to it. It could be nice to have some other texture that gives that snare a little bit more weight. It just feels a little limited for how much presence there is. Like it's a heavy bass. It's like a really thick, crunchy kick, so on and so on. So it could be nice to just have another layer of snare that is kind of supporting the thinner one, to give it some texture. Vocal texture is really interesting though. I really don't mind, again, there's it's like alternative hyperpop, right? Like it has this really like dark, moody, ethereal feel, but then it also has some of the characteristics of hyperpop and glitch pop where you have a lot of stuttering, you have a lot of like vocal chops and sampling and stuff like that with a really like foundational production. I like it a lot. I like the mood of it a lot. I think it's really interesting and it's engaging to listen to, right? There's a lot of changes, mainly just want to maintain vocal presence at the top. But that, to me, that's one of the biggest things. So making sure like the foundation of this, like we talked about sub bass, foundation of this clean lead vocal, really strong structure to like your bass and percussion, like, maybe adding to the snare, supporting the sub bass, better clarity and loudness for the vocal. Those like non-negotiables, drums, bass, and vocals, those like have to be there. Make sure those are really, really clean and clear and very, very well supported. The rest of the ambiance that you have here, I really like. I think it sounds really interesting. Like even there, like I would love like a little more intention as far as like automating that vocal. Heart is bleeding. I give a nice vocal, nice vibrato right there. I would love like a really nice, fairly prominent, like filtered delay at the end right there. Like even a faster, like a eighth note. Like just having just more, so things, again, same like we were talking at the intro, like less static. Like, so nothing just kind of like lives in its space and you just like let it go and it just sits in its own layer and you just like cut those layers. You know what I mean? Like it's less like these things that just like live in its own space, but you're moving them. Right? The best songs, they feel alive, right? They feel they're automated. They feel like the filter opens and closes a little bit. The modulation open and closes. The delays, you have like on one line of the vocal, it's bleeding, bleeding. On the next time you do it, bleeding, dun, 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 dun. It's like a 16th note with the filter. And then on the aux that you have your delay on, you have a filter on that aux, but then you automate the pitch of the delay on that aux as well. So it's not touching the lead vocal. Lead vocal's perfectly clean, but your delay goes lead and it like drops down. Like just interesting stuff, right? It's just adding more nuance and more intention to a really moody song, right? I want it to feel dark. I want it to feel moody. I want it to feel interesting. And so I do want you to like lean into some of those processes so that nothing feels static. It feels engaging. It feels interesting. There's a little more play in the song. Nothing is just where it is and it sits there. Not that there's not a time and place where that can happen. This is song by song, of course. You might have a simpler song later and it needs to be a little bit more rigid. That's completely valid. Thank you for the rose. Appreciate it. But in this particular song where you have vocal chops and samples moving in auto pans and stuff like that, I definitely don't want that to feel too compartmentalized. I want it to feel like it all glues together in the production. The line is closed. The line is closed, but we're going to be live again tomorrow sometime. Not positive when, but definitely make sure that you're following, and we'll open up the line again. All right, let's push forward a little bit. Killer. So like so what you might want to do here, same thing, is like pull the sub bass again. Go back to just the synth and some other layers, make it really interesting, but pull the sub bass on this whole little section leading up so that when it comes back in on this next hook, it feels crazy, right? Like it feels super, super impactful. Or automation. Once again, what I would probably do is start with the sub bass and then thin it out, right? Just have a high pass on the sub bass, and then just automate it occasionally. Then you have that low 4 chord right there. have that low note right there. And then as you're getting towards the end of the breakdown, you're just like thinning out the bass slowly, thin it. It cuts down to just the vocal chop, and then boom, full bass is in when the next hook starts and you go crazy, right? But like those little automations, those little intentional, morphing of the song, I think is where a lot of emotion is going to happen. It's where a lot of like nuances is going to happen in the song. And it keeps it from feeling like sub bass is in, we break, and then sub bass is back in. And it just feels, still sounds really cool. I'm digging into the details here, but it still sounds awesome. But it just feels more alive, right? It feels more vibrant. Feels like things are moving and flowing a little bit more. This is cool, man. I really like this song. It's a cool feel. And to be honest here, I would probably just like double your hook here instead of going straight instrumental, just so you fill in some of this information. So let me. Where's your real hook, dude? Of course, anytime. That's what we do. That's what we do. I appreciate you being here. So this like part of your like hook structure here. This is what I want to hear here. So. Like double the hook there. Whatever the hook is, right? But like take that high vocal structure and like double it up here at the very end right here. So again, we don't hit 2 minutes and there's 40 seconds left of the song, but all of like the new information of the song kind of leaves and we just kind of go into the instrumental. It's a cool instrumental, but it is also an instrumental that we have heard on a loop for the same drums, the same bass, the same lead in, the same vocal chop for the last 2 minutes. So there's not like any new information. Make sure there's new information. So bring back the hook again at the end or that high vocal line at the end. Even if it's not a straight full hook, maybe filter it, put it in the background with the flanger and some auto pan moving it left and right. So it's just like a weird sample in the back, like, right? Weird things like that. If you're going to have a 40-second outro where there's like not new information, but you're following the hook chords, make sure there's some new information to just keep people engaged from start to finish, right? A cohesive, complete piece of art is what I would focus on. But man, I like your style. AkunoGarden, I think you're awesome. I think you're creative. I think your music's interesting. It's formatted in a way that still has structure and format, which I really enjoy. It still feels grounded, but also is weird and quirky and has some cool moody elements to it that I'm really enjoying, man. So great job. You should be really proud of the work that you're putting into your music. You're definitely talented. So keep chipping away at it, man. Absolutely. Keep chipping away at it. I like what you do. Let's keep it rolling, man. Let's keep it rolling. We got Dre in the building. Dre, hop in the chat. But AkunoGarden, the song that you just heard, is out on all platforms, so please go stream it. Go stream it, go like it, go add it to your playlist, go show it some love and support. Kuno, if you want to drop the song name in the chat and the artist name in the chat so that people can go check it out, definitely do so. But y'all, let's keep it rolling. Dre, it's your time to shine. Let's get it. This is DDF production. Now, Dre, I think I've heard a song of yours before, if I'm not mistaken, right? Technically, the song is already out, and I wasn't able to express dynamic range this time. Would like to be able to do it next time. And how can I incorporate that, but also keep this type of vibe in music, plus just an overall opinion on what things I can improve on? Let's go. This is DDF Productions. That's Dre right here in the chat. This is Danger Room X by Dre. Let's get it. And y'all, to be honest with you, based on my ears right now, I got time for two more. That's all I got. So it's going to be this one and one more. Shane is not in here, so I think it's going to be Neon. So Neon, hang on for just a little bit. I think you might close this out today. I think it's Aganin and JJ Smith. I'm going to be saving y'all's. So just keep that in mind. The next time that you come in, y'all sent 10. The next time that you come in to submit, you will submit for free. And then I will boost you. Okay. So if you ever get saved, if you ever do not get heard, I'll save you for the next live. You will submit for free. And then I'll boost you an extra 5. So if you sent 10 today, submit for free. I'll boost you to 15. Just like that happened to Dre. Dre's in the 15. They're getting heard today. Okay. Let's, your ears are done. Yeah, dude. I mean, it's going to be a 4.5 hour stream at the end of this after a day of working on music. So it's a lot of music. I gotta rest my ears, and we're gonna do it all again tomorrow. especially because I was setting up drums today. So I was like tuning drums all day. So I've been my ears are fatigued. My ears are fatigued from banging on toms and kick drums all day. Okay, this is Danger Room X by Dre, DDF Production. Let's run it. Hey, thank you for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate that. Get back to them. Got to roll from. I can save a few. I don't think any of them are here, so we might just close after this one. And I got you, man. Hop in whenever, and I got you, man. Don't even if it's a week from now. I don't care. Show up a week from now, submit for free, and I'll boost you, man. Don't even worry about it. I don't think they're in here. Yeah, I think because I know Shane had to leave. I think JJ said they had to leave. And Aganin, let me know if you're in the chat. I'll probably just close it after this one. That's better for my ears, anyways. Thank you for the roses, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, seriously, don't even worry about it. Show up tomorrow, show up in a week, 2 weeks, whenever you're like, oh yeah, I got to send in my song. Come in, submit for free. I'll boost you, man. I'll add another 5 or 10 to it so you can get heard a little sooner too, man. I appreciate it. I know it's late. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for hanging in there for as long as you did as well. For those of you who don't know, Neon the Bishop is a phenomenal artist. Go check out their stuff. They're monster artists. Okay, anyways, side note, let's get into it. Kyra, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. We're closed, but we're going to be live again tomorrow. This is our final song. I got to rest my ears. Let's get it. Sorry, Dre. Let's run it. Oh yeah, Dre, I remember your stuff. There would be 45 other people in line, unfortunately. Tap in tomorrow. You'd have to get in line with 45. Tap in tomorrow. Make sure y'all are following. We'll open up the line again tomorrow afternoon. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, I remember your last song, Dre. I remember your last song. Of course. Let's put all of our focus on the dynamic range and how we can do it. I think that's the biggest thing for you. The length we've talked about, right? We talked about the length with your last one, and we already talked about length with the last couple artists that sent in generated music. So you've heard a lot of that, and so I think you kind of know structure and length, so on and so on. So let's focus on dynamic range, so it's a little more pointed.
Productions.
Let's go. Y'all, show some love. I know we closed everything up, so it's like 3 people, but it's fine. Let's run it, man. Let's run it from the top. Again, I think I've talked a lot about the other things that we've talked about with some of the other artists that had long form, high dynamic generated productions earlier. Danger Room. Let's go. Danger Room by Dre, which is DDF Productions right here in the chat. Let's get it. Let's run it from the top. So let's get into, okay, that's good, because I know we talked about some of that, but I do want to talk about the dynamic range, and not just that it needs it, because as you know in this live, it's like, it's in any other live too, it's like, it's easy to be like, hey, it needs a better mix, and it's like, well, how, why, like, what do I do? It's like, it needs more dynamic range, but what? How do I get there? And so that's what I want to talk about. I want to actually just go to I'm going to start from the top. I'm going to go through your first breakdown here. I think there's like a female vocal that comes, and I want to tell you why it's limiting the dynamic range and why it's not settling there. And then what, potentially what you can do to shift that. I think that's the core of what we can talk about there. And that to me is going to be the most important thing, because what needs to happen is it needs to live in these lower dynamics for a moment. It needs to breathe. And what's happening is as soon as the dynamics shift to like the drums change and like some of the high vocals come out of the mix for a second, there's already like a low bass that comes in, and there's already like a dum 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 dum, or like a high loud lead vocal that comes in. And so immediately there's like this build up to the next thing, as opposed to just, it needs to cool down, baby. As opposed to it just settling, right? Like as opposed to, it's like the song that just, it comes back to DDF Productions. Don't do that. You know what I mean? No, I'm just messing around. But like, it just needs to sit here. Whatever vocal right in the background. And then after 4 bars of that, a high. Right, and then something else comes in, and then we rebuild tension, but it needs to live there for a moment. It needs to cool down. We have all of this intensity, heavy ass basses, thick ass drums, loud vocals, right? It's all crazy, which is great, sounds awesome, but like it has all of this energy. And then, so we really do need a relief period. Like we need to like recover from that intensity. And so give people some moments to cool down, right? Give some people some moments to cool down intermittently throughout the song. And a song that's 5 minutes long, you probably need 2 times at least of doing this and then building back up to a breakdown at least. And then rebuild tension again, bring back in drums, bring back in bass as you want to, as you creatively think of it. But like, we need those cool down moments, and we need to sit there for a second. It can't be like cool down and then we're building back up. Like, it's like imagining if like, I'm trying to think of another good example. If you were on like, if you were like rafting or something, this is a horrible example, so ignore it. But like you're rafting and like you go off a crazy waterfall, and then you look 15 feet ahead of you and there's just like another waterfall, and you're like, okay, well that was fun, but we're already here again. And then you land off of that crazy waterfall and you're like, woof. And then 20 feet in front of you is another waterfall, and you're like, oh shit, here we go again. As opposed to be like, wow, what a crazy ride. Now let's just like go through the stream for 30 minutes and then we'll encounter the next rapids. You know what I mean? Like, if it's just waterfall after waterfall, it's crazy. And that's fatiguing. It's just fatiguing to listen to. So anyways, we need some chill streams in between. We need some trill. Yeah, it's like hitting your bottom of slash. Yeah, exactly. It's like we need some time to recover and be like, whoa, that was a crazy, spin on the roller coaster. And then we need some time to just to go back up, right? We need some time to rest. All right, let's get into that first breakdown, and that's all I'll focus on. Because again, nothing wrong with this. Right off the bat, boom, loud intensity, low sub bass comes in, loud vocals, deep formant shifted vocals. Nothing wrong with that. We just need to make sure there's relief from this later on.
I already told you. This is DDF Pro. It's bad.
This is thick sounding. I like it, but it's thick.
I'm just a tornado next to you. Danger.
What's up, Noto? Welcome in. How you feeling? Still loud, still big. Again, that's fine, but we need some relief in a second. This is already almost a minute at that dynamic. And like right there is probably where I would bring it down. Right? Like bring it, but what happens is heavy, loud. It's fine. Sounds cool, fatiguing to listen to. And that's what you want to mitigate. Loud again. So it's been this profile for a minute and a half so far. It goes a little farther. Still sounds cool. Again, this is very little to do with how cool something sounds or how like good the mix is. It's more how long you live in a section. Okay, so here, bring it down. Still heavy, sub bass, heavy again. So like even there, I was like, okay, it's starting to shift. Maybe we go low there. Boom, kicks in again. 2 minutes in now. So we were in a minute in. Now we're 2 minutes in. Still heavy, still loud, right? You kind of get what I'm saying? This is where we need dramatic shifts in the complete architecture of the song, if that makes sense, right? Now we're 2 minutes in, loud, heavy, thick drums, big vocals, right? Still sounds cool. Again, has nothing to do with like how cool, how creative, whatever it is. Dynamically, sound design choice-wise, it's super, super. Yeah, I know, it goes down here in a second. That's where I want to break it down for a moment. But you see how long it takes to get there. We need more ebbs and flows here. Yeah, if you got that, it's so much more interesting to listen to. Okay, so here's what I want you to, or sort of something, right? And I think if you create more dynamic range, naturally you'll probably create shorter songs. Because the reason why this is such a long song, and these songs are, 4.5, 5.5 minutes long, are because each section is so long, right? That's why it feels long to you, because you have a 2 minute first hook kind of, right? You have a 2 minute hook, and then you have a 30-second, more roller coaster. And you have a 2 minute hook to start. You have an intro and a 2 minute hook. And then we have like a 30-second breakdown, and then another 2 minute hook, and then like a 30-second breakdown, right? Like that's loosely speaking, that's the structure. But if you had a 20-second intro, 45-second strong, loud, crazy moment, 30-second breakdown, 45-second again, crazy, loud, crazy moment, and a really interesting, weird, quirky, creative outro, you're at 3 minutes. You're at 2.5, 3 minutes, and you got all of the stuff still. You still had all of your vocal chops. You still had some ups and downs. You still had the female vocals. You still had all the cool stuff, but you just didn't stretch it out so long without it being beneficial to the song and getting you, listeners and good retention on those listeners. Okay, here. So what I want you to pay attention to is, here's our biggest change. This is the lowest kind of that it gets to some extent. This is like the lowest we go dynamically. And what you'll notice is there's still sub bass, heavy synth bass, and loud vocals. So although kind of the dynamic has changed, it's still heavy, loud vocals, right? So let me back it up here. And so this is where I want you to focus. This is where I needed to settle. This is where I needed to like remove the drums completely, go down to nothing but like a piano and like a cello in the background or something like that, and no vocal for a moment. Like leave out because there's so many vocal chops, leave out the vocal for a moment and bring back in just a little bit of time. I'm just again, all of these are just creative decisions, right? So hopefully I'm just getting your wheels spinning. These are not things that have to happen or don't have to happen. They're just ideas. All right, let me hear this real quick. So right here, we need to break it down to this. Maybe a cello. Like very, very low. Not too much happen. No drums at all. No rhythm. let it settle there for that full 4 bars. And then lead vocal comes in. Like, then let this happen. Maybe, and then what I would probably do is first part's like just piano and cello. Then for the next 4 bars, add in just the lead vocal, no drum still, because the drums are pushing us to the next section again, right? They're forcing us to build up and have more anticipation and lose our dynamic range. So then maybe you add just the, like add in the lead vocal over the top, build it up a little bit, and remove some of that anticipation that's constantly pulling us into the next heavy, loud, thick part of the song. We're going to get there. It's going to happen again, but we need to make that matter. If we don't limit here, the next loud part doesn't matter. It just sounds the same as all the other parts. We need to leave some space. It's like distance makes the heart grow fonder, or whatever the phrase is. I don't know phrases. So it's like, it's kind of the same thing here. We need some separation from that bass and the drums and that anticipation so we desire it, so that we want more of it to happen later on. But if it's always there, we lose it. And the bass is still here. The vocals are still here. So quiet for a moment, space, simplicity, let it cool down for a second. Time to breathe. Exactly. Then add in the vocal for a couple measures, and then halfway through the vocal coming in, you add the ding, 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 ding. We add then the synth, and then the hats come in at the very end, boom, and then the whole beat comes in, boom, 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 and it goes crazy, right? It goes nuts. We need that space to breathe to make that build up matter. Because this is cool. I like what's happening right here. I just need 45 seconds of space before this happens so that I'm okay with it happening. Because then boom, kick comes in, sub bass comes in, we're already there again. See, already super heavy. Loud vocal, heavy bass. You get the idea. And then boom, back, right? So we had about 8 seconds without the bass in there. Or we had like about 8 seconds without that structure coming in before it comes back in. So at a 4.5 minute song, there's about 8 seconds on one section, 8 seconds in another section where there's not heaviness. And even then, there's still a bass and a loud vocal. So that's the picture, right? That's what I want you to focus on, right? That addresses the whole thing right there. But man, y'all show some love to Dre. It needs a moment, yeah. Because if you do 4 bars here, it takes 16 seconds, and then you have a vocal bar in there. It's another 16 seconds. We're at 32 seconds, right? And then you have your build-up layer for another 32 seconds. Now we have a minute of a dynamic change, right? It's just as important in the same way that you'll have let's take a normal rap record, right? And you'll have 16 bars on the verse and like an 8-bar hook, right? The verse and the low dynamic, where a lot of the meat of the song is, a lot of the context, the storytelling, stuff like that is the vast majority of the song structure, right? Like now there's repetition for the hook that comes after and stuff like that. That repeats itself, but you'll have a 16-bar verse and an 8-bar hook, or a 16-bar verse and a 16-bar hook, but it's like equal parts this dynamic and this dynamic. If it's 95% this dynamic, then you just lose a lot of the emotional pull and you fatigue from the heaviness that you're feeling. I can assure you but I could assure you that if you had more of these like low chill elements without rhythm, without drive so much, and you like started chiller and then went crazy and then went chill again and then went crazy, the crazy would matter. So it would be so much cooler sounding because your brain is like, damn, we're back. You know what I mean? As opposed to always being there at 11. And then you chill for like a moment, but when you chill, you're not really fully chilled, and then we're cranked again. It's like if we can really settle into the production a little bit more, control your dynamic range, restraint your desire to build back up too fast, and let the production breathe. Let it settle, let it tail, let it quiet up for a moment. A good like 45 seconds of being here, and then get us into the next section transforms the way that you experience the song. So much more enjoyable to listen to. It already sounds cool, and so it'll just take it to another level. It'll sound cool and be enjoyable to listen to long term. Y'all show some love, man. Show some love to Dre. Dre, Appreciate what you do so much. Thank you so much for your patience the last day as well. Thank you so much for waiting your turn for the live again today as well. Appreciate your presence in the live, man. Thank you so much for doing what you do. That's going to call it, y'all. I got to get out of here. I got to get these headphones off. I love and appreciate y'all so much. Thank you for tapping in. We will be live again tomorrow. So definitely make sure that you are following or subscribed on any platform that we're on. That is TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. I was like, what are we on? TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. Follow and subscribe where it makes sense. I love and appreciate you so much. Retrek, thank you so much for what you do, man. The best mod in the world, man. I appreciate you more than you know. As usual, anytime you got something, just let me know and I got you. Appreciate y'all. Y'all have an amazing rest of your evening. Hopefully we'll see some of y'all even for a little bit tomorrow. Peace.